That's most definitely what's up. That's most definitely what's up.
So you get nothing. You lose.
That's most definitely what's up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the day, to the stream, to the vibe. We're here to have a good time, to laugh and love, be loved. Sounds a little weird, I'll give you that. But I'm glad to be here. Hopefully you're glad to be here too. I'm here to have fun. Let's rock and roll. Because I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, boys and girls. Oh yeah. I'm just trying to get this. I made the mistake. I thought I was just clearing my cookies. No. I was accidentally, I signed out of absolutely everything and it like deleted all my saved passwords and everything. It was like little bit of an oopsie, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't know. You notice I changed the camera when I'm gonna be typing in passwords and stuff, because I don't want any sneaky boys out there to be getting any clever ideas. You never know with you guys. Hate to be that guy that has to bring it up, but I'm just being honest. Just being honest. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about today. This one, and then content, and then pin that comment. Okay, Jesus, that was a journey to get that done. Wow. Okay, let me double check that we have everything good for today's upload, and then we'll be good to go. Just good copy of okay. Voila. Here's 5 plops for you, Luke. Keep up the utterly tremendous work.
Here's 5 plops for you, Luke. Keep up the utterly tremendous work.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. Diego, good to see you. Kanish, good to see you. Juan. Oh, headed to med school. Oh, you madman. Good on you. That's not easy. Mad respect. Mad respect. Link, good to see you. Good to see you. Oscar, of course. Hello. Darth Llama. Sup, Sir Callaghan. Callahan, maybe. Hey, Luke. Rarely get to catch you live, but love the VODs. What are your thoughts on the new Tears of the Kingdom trailer? I'm actually low-key pumped. I'm low-key hyped. One day, maybe I'll be high-key hyped. We'll see. Let's just start this off with like something kind of fun, okay? I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm gonna fully announce what you guys have been waiting to hear about for a long time. And we're just gonna say it, okay? We're gonna do it. Ready? We are starting a podcast, right? Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh my God, Luke, stop saying we when you refer to only yourself. I'm sorry, it's a force of habit. It's not just me though. This time there is a we. Thank you, Kanal. Thank you. There is a we. And I've been coy with who it is because I wanted to get stuff sorted. I want to make sure we were locked in and everything like that before fully committing. And now I feel like we're good to go. As for the exact start date, we were scheduled and we were planning to try and start by today. We ran into a hiccup because I realized I'm going out of town next week for a wedding. It's like a whole thing. So we would start it and then like skip a week. So I think we're going to delay it just a tad so that we can make sure, excuse me, as I like burp on my Red Bull, excuse me. What a way to start this, right? However, we wanted to make sure we got schedules aligned and everything like that so we could hit the ground running. But who is we? Well, it's a friend of the channel. It is somebody that I like talking to and that I think we balance out pretty well. The one and only Joraptor. And I think that we're going to complement each other very, very well because while he looks at the glass half full a lot of the time, I'm able to come in and level him out a little bit. And then he gets me looking at things a little bit more positively, which is always good. And we are going to be coming out with Free Roam, a gaming podcast. It's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be pretty fire. I'm being real with you. Because our goal is not just to do a like 2 talking heads for an hour. We want to do something a little bit more interesting and elaborate. So everything from individual segments where we each can kind of take the lead on a particular topic or news story. Kind of like we're actually taking a lot of inspiration from, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but like the My Favorite Murder podcast, where each of the hosts alternates taking turns telling a story. And in this case, it would be something where, like, if we're talking about the Activision Blizzard story, I can take the lead on kind of explaining to the audience and Joel Raptor what's going on. And then we bounce back and forth. And then when it's about Ubisoft stuff and he has all of the expertise in it, he does the same thing. So we get something that's much more, I think, crafted. It's a little bit higher effort. We're not just going to turn on the mics and then start rambling for an hour. We're going to put a little bit more effort into it. And we're going to float in. We're going to see what works, what doesn't. We're going to take your feedback and go with that. It's going to be awesome. It will be live streamed every Friday. Here on Luke Stevens Live is the current plan. Maybe one day eventually we'll move to a dedicated channel. But as for now, we're going to start broadcasting it here. And then clips will, of course, go up here as well. Occasionally, they'll go up on Joel Raptor's platforms. And we will also be syndicating through Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and SoundCloud. So you can download the MP3 directly if you would like. Or if you want to just listen to the full version of it and watch it on YouTube, you can do that as well. It's going to be awesome. I'm very excited. I've wanted to do a podcast with a co-host forever, and now we actually will get to do it, and I'm thoroughly excited. I think it's gonna be really, really fun. And like I said, because we're doing it live, there are some benefits to that, such as viewer interaction and questions and stuff. So we'll take questions from the audience, and then we can answer them at the end of the show. Have the mods pull the questions that seem particularly interesting and go from there. What happened to Maddie? Well, Maddie, we tossed out some stuff to Maddie to see if he was potentially interested in guesting and stuff. This was something that me and Joel Raptor have talked about for a while. But I'd still love to have Maddie on as a guest and everything. But Maddie, the one thing you have to know about Maddie is that he is scheduled out the ass. The dude never stops. And so he's already got, I think, 2 podcasts he's doing. He runs 2 pretty successful YouTube channels. He's a freak. He's a madman. Okay, so he just goes. So for him to add another podcast onto his weekly rotation, I think would be a lot for him to handle. But have him on as a guest. Love to do it. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. I liked what you do with Retro. Yeah, I'd like to get Retro on. Our goal would be eventually to just have a different creator or industry guy come on every single stream. Ooh, do, 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 do. Okay, there we go. Boop. So it's going to be fun. What platforms? Like I said, we'll stream it on YouTube, and then we're going to be syndicating across Spotify, Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, so you can download the MP3 if you want. And any other platforms people tell us to get on, we should be able to make happen. So it's going to be fun. Yeah, Miyazaki's in the Times 100 top influential person of the year list. Yeah, that was crazy, but I don't think they're wrong. I mean, he crafted a game that dominated the public sphere for like a month or 2. It's crazy. Elden Ring was massive. It was wild. Yeah, Maddie the Energized Bunny, for real. Yeah, Carl, whatever you do, Luke, do not confuse the hard R with another word and admit to it casually on stream. Hold on, I need to pull that up now because that was so outrageously funny. Watching Luc Lafreniere just be like, really? You, because Linus is just like, yeah, and I'll be honest, I've had my fair share of times where I've just dropped the hard R word. And Luke's like, dude, You can't just say that. And Linus is like, yeah. And I did it back in the day because we thought it was funny. He's like, shut up, Linus. What are you talking about? And then it turns out he was talking about something else. But still, man. Oh, it's so funny. Here it is. Hold on. Here it is.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's
Luke's
jarring.
like, what?
Yeah, it's jarring now. And for
Casual use of hard R.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it was an episode of American Dad, and it was just
Really?
it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right?
Right here. I think he's starting to wonder. He's like, are we talking about the same thing? I think right here he's thinking about it, but he's not sure if he wants to do that. Because if he checks and it's like, you're talking about like the N word, he doesn't want Linus to be like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, and then keep digging himself deeper. So he's not sure what to make of it, but Linus just keeps going.
That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it.
He's like, keep it together. What are you talking about?
Right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids,
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
Yeah, he's like, I gotta check, man. This is so bad.
what? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
That's
so.
the N word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh.
They were just casually like, yeah, man, I remember back in the day using that word all the time. It wasn't that big of a deal. We just thought it was kind of funny. Hey, hard R. Oh, he's so innocent. I love it. Okay, but seriously though, how do you become like a multimillionaire runner of an 80-employee media business based on the internet, and you've never heard people use the term hard R? Like, I seriously don't know. You playing dumb? I don't know. If Luke didn't address it, and if Luke didn't clarify and they just moved on, Linus would be like canceled. Like full stop. And you better believe that then people would be coming out and would be like, when Linus said, no, I thought it meant like the R word for mental disability. People would be like, oh, sure, dude. Who the hell would mistake the N word for the R word? Like, come on, dude. You think we're that dumb? But because it happened live and you can see him just like really start to freak out as the gears are turning, it was okay. But this could have been way, way worse. This could have been way, way worse if Luke didn't just address this. I think he's looking at their chat. They've shown this before. They have like a Slack or a Discord chat pulled up where he can talk to Luke through the chat there, and then also with the producers. So they can all chat in real time without disrupting the show. And my guess is this whole chat that he's looking at is filled with like, oh my God, Linus, what are you talking about? So yeah, oh man. That will never get old. Oh, wow. Yeah, long story short, Linus is too wholesome. Everybody needs a friend like Luke who can keep them from canceling themselves accidentally. Oh, man. That's so good. That's so good. Okay. Also, what else happened in the last couple of days? Minecraft Legends reviews dropped, I think. Didn't Carrick post his? How did that turn out? I don't actually know. I wanted to check it out, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work with the schedule. Oh, dude, even better. Hold on. Even better. Wait, where'd it go? I just had it. They dropped a new trailer for the most anticipated game ever. Full stop. Full stop. Peggy 18. Are you ready? The most amazing game we've yet to play.
He's 16.
XDefiant.
This is XDefiant, a free-to-play competitive shooter featuring fast-paced gunplay complemented with specialized factions. So, what are the factions? Our factions are all drawn from iconic Ubisoft worlds and represent distinct classes, each with unique abilities.
It does look very COD-like. Very much so. Even down to the fonts used. It's very, very similar. Wasn't this one that they announced and then they like they had a release date pretty soon and the response was so negative that people backtracked and they like delayed it indefinitely? Wasn't that a thing? Or am I thinking of a different game that Ubisoft also announced? I think it was this one. Like it got teased into oblivion.
And Ultras. You can choose any character from any faction to assemble your team of 6 players. And during the game, you can change your faction or loadout to adapt your strategy. For your loadout, choose from a large arsenal of weapons and attachments to customize and fit your playstyle. At its core, XDefiant features realistic gunplay and the fun, familiar mechanics of an arena shooter.
I will say they're leaning heavily into that Call of Duty movement. You can see that they have people bunny hopping. They have people doing the toggle crouch thing constantly. Like they're definitely trying to appeal to those players, which I mean, it's not a bad idea. I just don't know how this game takes over Call of Duty, you know? The only way I think, and this is something that's been brought up a bunch with like the Sony stuff with Activision, everybody's like, well, just make your own Call of Duty. It's not that simple. Even if you have a game that's like 1-to-1 comparable to Call of Duty, as far as I'm aware, the only way you'll eventually take on Call of Duty is if you release that game probably at a loss for like 5 years straight. And if you can absorb that blow, you'll be okay. But like, this is the only way to do it is to just release it at a loss to try and gain market share. Because day one, XDefiant's not going to be making money, I guarantee you. Especially if you're trying to go global and trying to have global infrastructure of servers and stuff, it's not going to make money. So you'll have to do this, and then next year you release the next version, and you just slowly try to climb your way up the ladder. And that's just super expensive. And that's why Sony doesn't really want to do it if they don't have to. Ubisoft tries to do it, but they always release one attempt and then they bail. So, I don't know. I think they're looking for that Apex money more than go against COD. Maybe Apex was just, it was freakishly polished and it was fresh and different. And the perhaps most important thing is that it came out of freaking nowhere. Like, you guys remember, nobody knew Apex was a thing. There were like rumors of a Titanfall themed battle royale, but it like dropped fully. I don't think there was even an announcement. If I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they just released it. Didn't it just launch one day and people were like, oh my God, there's a new Titanfall battle royale out? What? Just dropped like right now? Yeah, they hired some streamers to play it for a few days and it became the talk of the town. And that right there, that word of mouth did way more. And furthermore, it reminds me of the thing from, you know, the chess memes recently. The chess speaks for itself. In this case, the game speaks for itself. If the game is good enough, I think an audience can find it, so long as you don't mire yourself in PR muck. Like Lawbreakers, If you recall Lawbreakers, that whole thing with Cliff Bleszinski, the guy that was one of the creators of Gears of War, he came out and released this game Lawbreakers that Krabby Cat did a video on, and it basically just flopped because everybody just thought that it was effectively Overwatch but with a zero gravity mechanic, and they kind of leaned into that. But by that point, they're already playing catch up because they've already framed this thing as, well, it's just a different version of Blizzard's game. And at that point, what are you doing? What are we doing? It's just a mess. So, yeah, Cliffy B killed that game by being obnoxious. I think that was it. I agree. He released it at $40 and then was like, see, none of that $60 multiplayer only bullshit. Everyone's like, but you initially announced it as free to play and then you backtracked and released it as a $40 title. Like, come on, dude. I get it. It's not easy to make money. But again, that's another example of like when you have these franchises and these devs that are gargantuan. What is that? Gargantuan, like Blizzard or Activision. They release something out of nowhere. It'll probably be a very successful game no matter what, because they have so much like social cachet from their reputation as game developers and publishers. But for Ubisoft or for Cliff Studio, for any of these guys to come in and try to take on those guys, once in a blue moon, they might get lucky and have an Apex Legends situation, but people kind of need to make their own luck. And in his case, I think he talked way too much. I think if Lawbreakers just dropped out of nowhere one day, it would have stood a better chance than everything that they did. Have a look, Boundary. Remind me in a moment, Sonny, when we get through this.
Each battle will take place on one of our 14 starting maps. Play casual matches and have fun with players of all types and skills, where every match delivers an unpredictable and unique experience. Or
crazy fast TTK too.
Play ranked mode in competitive matchups against your peers to push yourself further and see what you're truly made of, whether you're a beginner or ready to dominate the game. XDefiant is free with crossplay, so jump in with your friends across platforms. And as a live game with fresh new content every single season, XDefiant will continue to deliver an accelerating experience that will always be free to play and never pay to win.
Ubisoft, it's taken them 10 years to figure out that's what people want. Free to play, not pay to win. I'll believe it when I see it. That's just so funny though. They're like, oh, is that what people want? Why did no one tell us? Oh man. Jack Fragg's got his hands on it.
Oh, that's not good, is it? I think I'm right behind him here. Oh yeah. There's one. 2, 3, 4. Nice little quad kill there to start things off. That's not bad. Welcome guys
well played,
to
Jack.
XDefiant. So I've just been given access to this, a little playtest for about an hour. And this is a new free-to-play first-person shooter game from Ubisoft. And it's basically Ubisoft COD. That's how I describe it. And you've got all sorts of different classes from Ubisoft franchises. Like I can go stealth with this guy here.
I'll be real. It looks pretty tight.
It
looks pretty tight. Until you play a game like this, you don't know. It could look really good, but then when you get your hands on it, it's really floaty. I don't know, but it looks pretty good. Honestly, it looks pretty good. I don't know. I would like a competitor COD. I would like it. Like I would try this, especially being free to play. But I don't know. That like super tight gameplay of COD is something that's so hard to replicate though. Like even Battlefield has struggled to keep that up. Especially recently, my goodness. I've played it and movement it's smooth. Okay, good. Yeah, it looks tight. I don't know how to describe it other than it's super responsive. It seems like the hitboxes and bullet reg is really good. I could see my fear with these like different class based like shooters with different abilities and things is that sometimes if it's not perfectly balanced, there's an exploit that's discovered super quickly. And what game was I playing? Oh, it was when we were playing the finals, that newer shooter. The finals is like totally broken with the little guys that can run around with the invisibility cloak thing and daggers. Like it's totally broken. It's not even slightly fun when you run into somebody using that. I don't know if you guys played that, but the rest of the game was great. But the moment you encountered the guy with the invisibility cloak and the dagger, it was just broken. It felt so toxic. But that was something I don't think they realized until they got a ton of people in there that were playing the game and then tell them, hey, this is broken as hell. Similar to COD and fun, Sony enter the stream. Dude, imagine if Sony comes along and like pays to make this an exclusive with with Ubisoft. Can you imagine? They're like, oh, this will be our COD. We'll partner with Ubisoft. Dude, that would be crazy. If the player numbers are really good, I could totally see them doing that. I could totally see them trying that. Although in Microsoft Activision Blitz deal goes through, I guess we won't have to play for COD anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It'll be in the game or in Game Pass. I think it like they'll still charge for like all of the extra packs and the extra cosmetics and you know everything that you can buy through microtransactions now will still be a thing, but the full like $60 whatever for the multiplayer won't be charged. I think that'll be free. But
different tape on it there too.
You guys were saying this is made by a bunch of COD devs?
This AK here.
Like former COD devs?
No, I don't think I'm not even level 2. But yeah, I want to show you this as well. Look, mastery camos. So you do bronze, silver, and gold. So if you're into grinding the camos, you can do that. I play as DeadSec this time. Oh, Watch Dogs. Spiderbot. Right, this AK. Oh, that's one of the cleaners from the Division. Nice. Oh, this is Vector. I've not unlocked this yet. Oh, that kills really quick. Wow, that was fast. Get a little flank on here. Oh, my aim was off there. I think this is kind of like Hardpoint. Damn, this thing's oh, I'm dead. Guys, this is a travesty. Look, I found a slide, but you can't go up it or down it. What's going on?
That would be fun, actually. That would be low-key really fun.
My teammate.
I don't know. Yeah, honestly, it looks good. We're going to call, you know, Ubisoft out when stuff they put out looks like hot dog water. And then when they do something good, we'll give them praise for that. Because this actually looks decent. It doesn't look bad.
Recently,
you
it's
know.
really felt...
Sorry, I realized I have to fix something on this. There's a typo in here. Okay. Anyway. Thank you, by the way. We got some... Hold on, I got to catch up on these. Please hold, please hold. Kunal, thank you for re-upping your membership. Awesome. Not gonna lie, Redfall between Jedi Fallen Order and Tears of the Kingdom is a very stupid move on Xbox's part, especially with the whole 30 FPS reveal. I don't know how they expected that to go. Maddie, I think, was saying maybe they thought that it was more targeted for PC players. I don't know. It's a really weird thing to proudly
if it
announce
was
that.
mentioned already.
You're
But
fine.
if you haven't seen it, you need to watch Gamer Invoid's video titled Hitler Reacts to Redfall being only 30 FPS on Xbox Series 10. Lol.
That actually would be funny. You remember when those things were all over the place, those parodies? Dude, they were everywhere. Okay, I'll save that. We'll keep that pulled up for when we get to that. Let's see. Maddie reviewed Minecraft Legends, as did IGN, Skill Up, all those guys. Let's see. So for those of you not familiar, Minecraft Legends, as I understood it, was like a strategy Minecraft spin-off game kind of like an RTS, but Minecraft themed. And it actually looked pretty decent. It looked like there was a lot to do here. The one thing with Minecraft is that it'll always be kind of just like assumed that it's for kids just because of the art style, which causes a lot of adults, I think, to miss out on it. But in this case, I thought it looked relatively interesting. So apparently everybody who's tried it is actually kind of impressed by it. So let's see. I haven't seen what the trailers say, or the reviews say, but I mean, I guess let's see. How bad could it be?
A good strategy game is ultimately one about choice. Which units to create, where to allocate resources, which strategies to implement. The right decisions lead to victory, while the wrong ones force you to adapt or adjust, or else suffer bitter defeat. These moments are common in Minecraft Legends, Mojang and Blackbird Interactive's simplified take on an action RTS. It doesn't always do a perfect job opening the door of this often intimidating genre to a wider audience, but the way it largely manages to streamline things without losing most of the important tactical moments is what makes Minecraft Legends work.
It's so weird seeing such a dramatic scene with Minecraft characters, you know? It just doesn't sit right. This looks like it's something from like, I don't know, like straight out of Lord of the Rings. I don't remember which sequence it is specifically, but you know, the one with like the fire and lava and all this. And then it's just a bunch of like piggies and weird Minecraft monsters. It's weird.
Simplicity is one of Minecraft Legends' strengths. Evil piglins from the Nether are invading, because that's what evil piglins do, and it's your job to build up the forces needed to drive them back. You'll do that by uncovering resources, allies, and secrets, while destroying piglin bases and defending friendly settlements as you do. There are no levels, and the minimalistic story is mostly just cutscenes announcing the arrival of larger piglin forces. Once you've cleared all the piglins out, victory is yours, and you can start another run from scratch on a brand new procedurally generated map. Minecraft's iconic blocky style is extremely well implemented here. The entire world looks like it was pulled straight from the main Minecraft series, but it all looks great thanks to a vibrant color palette and some excellent lighting. As is Minecraft tradition, nights bring added danger from aggressive enemies, but it's hard to dread their arrival when it's preceded by gorgeous sunsets over stunning vistas.
It's actually quite pretty.
Unlike StarCraft or Command & Conquer, where you occupy the seat of some far-off overseer commanding a complex legion of forces, Legends puts you directly on the battlefield. You're given control of a warrior fighting alongside a small squad of summonable units, each with a very clear niche they fill. Cobblestone golems have a lot of health but aren't great at dealing damage quickly. Mossy golems heal, and so on. The commands you give your soldiers tend to boil down to go kill things over there or follow me, but the fact that it's so straightforward is great. It makes it easy to jump right into the action without a steep learning curve or thick manual to memorize. There are some drawbacks to that simplicity, however. Most notably, there's no way to create custom groups of mixed troops, which cuts down on your strategic options a little. It would have been great to use a squad of skeleton archers protected by damaged spongy zombies mixed with healing units as a counter to the massive flail-wielding portal guards, but that level of fine control isn't really feasible, and that's a shame. Fortunately, the fact that you participate directly in battles brings with it a chance to make some clever choices. As the hero, you are significantly more powerful than any individual soldier in your army, always mounted and armed with a sword that swings in wide arcs. This opens up opportunities to do things like create swarms of cobblestone golems for an invasion, then tell them to focus on destroying buildings while you protect them, or send units to guard one side of a friendly settlement while you cover the other. It's the kind of mental push and pull that makes strategy games so much fun. This wouldn't be a Minecraft game without gathering resources and building, and that's translated in a slick and intuitive way. There are always small fairy-like creatures that assist with these tasks. One type focuses on resource gathering, letting you point them at a grove of trees or a quarry filled with ore to strip the resources completely independently, while the other carries out building instructions, quickly assembling structures like golem spawners or arrow towers, provided the resources are available. It's an exceptionally easy system to use that works in a very natural way, letting you go from idea to construction with just 2 button presses. The piglins themselves don't sit on their hooves waiting for you to build up armies to come smash them either. They produce bases and outposts of their own with increasing complexity as time goes on. What begins as some quick pillaging of a few buildings at the start eventually becomes long sieges of intricate fortresses that can take multiple in-game days. At night, the piglins will
Wow.
invade friendly settlements, and whether you press your offensive advantage or turn your attention toward defending vulnerable areas elsewhere is a constant mental struggle that creates a nice sense of tension. The independent operation of your allies feeds into the strategy elements of combat in interesting ways too. You can set one group of allies to build walls and another to harvest the necessary wood while you fight in a powerful bit of multitasking. But piglins will go out of their way to target the fragile allies, keeping this mid-battle backup from being too overpowered. A structure called the Well of Fates acts as your primary home base. This is where you start, the default respawn location when you die, and where you do most of your upgrading. Destroyed piglin structures drop prismarine, which is used to build upgrade structures that allow you to do things like command more troops or store more materials. There's a limited number of places these can be built, forcing hard choices about whether to increase the size of your army, open up opportunities to mine specialty ores like coal and redstone, or add more allies to expedite resource gathering. Unfortunately, the last few hours of a playthrough can slow to a crawl as enemies with massive amounts of health join the fray, like these massively armored pigmadillos. It's great that enemies with unique designs and attacks still continue to show up, but the size of the armies they fill becomes a slog. This is an even bigger problem when attacking an enemy base on a high plateau, assembling an attack force only to realize half of them fell off a cliff on the march up due to suspect pathfinding is frustrating. Legends loses some of its potential as an onboarding opportunity for the strategy genre because of these endgame struggles. Fortunately, good construction.
I mean, it's not going to be hyper complicated. I mean, it's still, I think, targeting a younger audience, but it does seem like there's still a lot here. Sup, Rocky? Good to see you.
Options can
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 16 footage. We have to look at that too.
mitigate some of those pain points. Siege tools like the Redstone launcher, which acts somewhat like a long-range cannon fixture, can help clear a landing point, and crafting bridges or stairs to cross gaps and ascend hills is a snap. The Cure Netherrack ability that slowly transforms the corrupted ground under piglin bases is a standout difference maker too, allowing the assembly of buildings and golem spawners inside enemy territory. These are fun ways to turn the tide, but it can be a little uncharacteristically daunting that making the most of every single tool in your belt feels like the only viable option to clear the highest level outposts. Minecraft Legends is fun solo, but it excels in multiplayer. An entire campaign can be played in co-op with up to 3 other friends, where resources are split but everyone has full autonomy to act independently. Dividing tasks like resource gathering, base building, and combat alleviates many frustrations, and it's just a lot of fun to charge into battle with your allies. It's the best way to play, and sharing the elation of victory with friends doesn't get old. PvP, meanwhile, has an interesting wrinkle to it. 2 teams go head-to-head with players on each team controlling a hero while sharing resources and golems. One game, my team worked to destroy piglin bases early so we could afford upgrades quickly, focusing on making the most powerful army possible before clashing with other humans. Another game, we were wiped out when our opponents stealthily built a redstone launcher within range of our base, focusing almost entirely on defending that while it crushed our structures. The strategic elements that other humans can bring are much more interesting than facing the CPU. Minecraft Legends is an engaging strategy game that does a great job streamlining a notoriously complex genre without sacrificing the ever-important element of choice and consequence. That said, some genre staples like assigning custom groups of units are casualties of this simplification, which is too bad because it does limit your strategic options a bit in the heat of battle. But Legends uses other recognizable elements like its worker ant allies to great effect, and it nails the iconic Minecraft aesthetic with some of the best looking blocks around. The difficulty curve does have the potential to make the late game frustrating, but stellar cooperative and PvP play still make this RTS very worthwhile. For more, check out our reviews of Bayonetta Origins and Company of...
Honestly, kind of good. Better than I was kind of braced for. Well, this review also, this was narrated by Max Scoville, but it was reviewed by and written by Justin. So it was actually like the guy who read the review was not the one who played it, which is weird. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe they just like Max's voice better, or maybe this guy has like, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like doing the voiceovers. I don't know. It's weird, but not bad. Not bad. Maddie also looked at it too. Get a quick I almost said a quick taste of Maddie. That sounds wrong. Let's see what Maddie said about it.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, sitting down to review Minecraft
Maddie, calm down. Have you had your caffeine? I can tell.
Legends. Now I'm going to be totally transparent for a moment about the review process for me at times, which is when a lot of reviews are getting ready to turn up, like Dead Island 2, Jedi Survivor, Minecraft Legends, Redfall. Things are going to stack up really quick, and you got to make what are called business decisions. Okay, I want to play this game, but will I have the time to give it the honor, the respect, the fair take, and make sure that I can produce a good review for all of you? So usually what I do is the litmus test. I'll fire it up, I'll try it for a couple hours, and see if it can get through that. Because at that point, I'll just choose, you know what, we'll do some impressions, maybe on Defining Duke, and we'll just leave it as that, because I don't want to dedicate all the time to a review here. I just may not have the time, because while I'm playing one game, maybe another one sneaks up on me that I would view as a higher priority. Like if I'm reviewing Minecraft Legends and Dead Island 2 comes in, I'm going to be more keen to try out Dead Island 2. That's no disrespect to Minecraft Legends, it's just that one game speaks to me more than the other. Well, what I'm all saying this for is that Minecraft Legends not only passed the litmus test, but I actually thought it was pretty good as I was playing it through. While it's been marketed a bit as a beginner's RTS, and I feel like it kind of is that, the reality is that Minecraft Legends is pretty difficult at times, and I had a blast getting into it, so I just wanted to share my thoughts after my playthrough of Minecraft Legends and let you all know that this one may be worth your time if you were interested. So if you're new here and you're interested in more day one reviews, hopefully we got more on the way. I'm trying to review Dead Island 2 and also Jedi Survivor and Redfall. Fingers crossed.
I'm hoping to do all that as well, but I don't know. Companies are scared to send me stuff. Oh, and I'm sorry, Maddie. I always freeze it at the worst time for him. Oh, it's not getting better. It's not getting better. Okay, backwards. We'll go backwards. I'm so sorry, Maddie. There we go. Okay. Wow. Oops. Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, again, I don't blame him. My content is based around being like highly skeptical. And so for a lot of companies, they are not overly interested in taking that risk, basically, which I understand. What that should mean, and what that should tell you though, is when companies do send me stuff, or when companies do invite me to like preview events and things like that, and stress that I can say whatever I want, that's a good thing. It's a good thing because it means they're confident. Like, for example, we'll talk about this more in the next little segment, but I was invited to go and check out Immortals of Aveum, which is that new game from the creative director of the original Dead Space. He created his own studio back in like 2018. They've been working on it, and it's a magic first-person shooter. Super cool. And EA Originals, so not like EA, but EA Originals, the same publisher behind It Takes Two, they all came out and they invited me to go to like a early access preview event to ask questions of the devs and everything and say whatever I want about the game. So like that is pretty impressive. I was not ready for EA of all companies to do that, but it was actually very, very cool that they did that. And I'll talk more about Immortals of Aveum here in just a moment. Because it's interesting.
The reviewer gods bless me with codes. We'll see, but consider subscribing nonetheless. Let's begin at the top. I think this game is absolutely beautiful. I loved exploring its world while there's just a lot of bases to assault within them and other villages and very little interaction. It's just a looker, especially on Series X, where I had played through the game. It's also fully co-op, which was a good time unto its own, but most of my time was spent
WallStreetJournal.com. I wonder who else got a code. I don't know, man. It's so weird to me that like these big companies will send review codes to like Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg or the San Francisco Times. And it's literally just like a dude reviewing it for them. And they're more likely to send codes to them than like a YouTuber with 50,000 subs who covers this type of game super, super carefully. You know, it's really strange to me that they just assume because it's a big publication that people will be doing it. But the thing is, just because Wall Street Journal is popular, I don't like, has anybody here ever gone to like, oh, I wonder how Minecraft Legends was. Let me pull up the Wall Street Times. Or the Wall Street Journal, Wall Street Times, the Wall Street Journal, or the New York Times. I've never done that. I don't think anybody does. Because you don't go there for gaming news. Financial news? Sure. If I want to know how the Elizabeth Holmes trial is going, yeah, I'll check in on the Wall Street Journal. But I'm not going to check for video game reviews there. So it's just weird that they prioritize like companies like this instead of, like, again, a small YouTuber who covers RTS games specifically. Just doesn't make sense to me.
in single player. So what happens is you'll start up your campaign, there's a little bit of a tutorial, and then it'll generate your world like it would in any Minecraft game. Once it does, you'll have a series of bases placed all throughout the map with difficulty rankings. And what you'll do is as you approach them, sometimes the game will frustratingly tell you to turn back, something that they can't just tell you in the map menu. But once you find the right base to assault, then the fun truly begins. It does manage to ease you into the process of what an RTS is, and that's where it is beginner friendly, like understanding the mechanics. It's more action oriented, like you're running into the thick of battle, you're attacking the piglins who are assaulting the Minecraft world, and now you've got to team up with zombies and creepers and skeletons. Oh my, is it something else? And you're assaulting the piglin bases. And so
Little Wizard of Oz reference. Wizard of Oz reference. Dude, I can't talk today. I don't know what my deal is.
what you'll do is, of course, in a Minecraft game, there were times I was putting down ramps, I was building walls to protect villages, and this was allowing for a little bit more creativity. Now, there are monsters that you can spawn, like cobblestone monsters that are good for attacking structures versus ranged skeletons that are good for shooting over walls and hitting enemies, zombies which are high health, so they're good sponges and distractions for the enemy, and so on. Each mob group, if you will, has their own purpose and their own tactical advantage at the right time as you're attacking these spaces, and so it leads to a lot of moment-to-moment decision-making, which I like. I am admittedly awful at RTS games. Like when I was playing Age of Empires 4, it was addicting, but in the way where I was thinking, wow, I'm awful at this. I hope one day I could be at least somewhat respectable. I never was. But with Minecraft Legends, because it's more action-oriented and more back and forth, it felt like it catered more to my playstyle of being able to react on the fly rather than planning 5 steps ahead, which I know master RTS players like, and you can do that in this game, but I really like in Minecraft Legends that I can sort of respond in the moment. So what I'll do, for example, I was assaulting a high-level base, and I placed down, I think, 5 cobblestone strikers that would go in and start attacking structures, and that would lure all the piglins to one direction to start protecting it, because that's how the game's AI would work. The second you start attacking a structure or an enemy, here comes the entire army itself, and then maybe I'd lead a backdoor attack. This is where co-op can thrive. Now, you'll have to split the forces.
Matthew, backdoor attack. Wow. Matthew, who knew?
You'll see a number on one of the bottom corners of the screen, and that'll be the limited amount of forces that you can spawn. And it starts off at 20. You can gradually increase that, but that means that, for example, if you're playing 2-player co-op as I did, you'll split off into 2 forces of 10. This leads to opportunities to assault bases from different angles with different groups of attackers, and overall is a really good time. But what's nice is the pick up and play nature of it. When I started my playthrough, I was a couple of hours in, and then my buddy had downloaded the game off my account and hopped in to test out co-op. Now, when he had done that, he didn't have to go through any tutorials. He just joined my world with my campaign in progress. He was getting achievements. He was at my point in the story. There is no need for one player to be at a certain point and another player to be at the same exact point. They can just hop into your world and help you out, and that stuff is great. Just know that if you got any unlockables in your campaign or your world, it's not going to carry over. It's going to be at the status of the host game, which I think is great because it did make sure that he didn't have to do even the tutorial. He just joined my world and we started playing together right away, and it worked smoothly. That was a lot of fun. But what I enjoyed more was honestly playing on my own. Not that Minecraft Legends is a bad
because my teammate freaking sucked. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Thank you. And also, in case I wasn't clear, hold on. Everything is on the way now. Oh, I gotta fix this. Drinner, by the way, thank you for the 10. I know I referenced and I mentioned your comment. I do have that video pulled up, but I don't know if I ever said thank you for the 10. So thank you for the 10, by the way. And Kunal, 5 months. Jesus, that's wild. You're on your way. And Michael, new member. Love it. Welcome. Anyway, yeah, exactly, Proto.
Co-op game. It's actually great. I personally prefer.
Where's my sub, Luke? Yeah, where did it go? Can we still not gift specific subs? Is that still not a thing? Have they still not added that? You can't, lol. It's just luck of the draw when somebody gifts a sub or gifts a membership. We'll have to see if Rocky gets lucky.
Single player, because when you're starting to grow your forces more and more, you can control your destiny a bit easier. It's sometimes difficult to strategize with a friend over the microphone when you want to start making your own play and kind of controlling the battlefield yourself more and more. As you'd expect, a la Minecraft, you're going to have multiple biomes, and each biome is going to have their own diverse effects within them. Like some have more poisonous air, some have areas where the piglins are far more aggressive, and I mean really aggressive. I remember one time I was spawning my creature army, and in comes a piglin army from beyond the walls coming at me, and so I had to run away, and that was a really cool moment. But with that does come in the reality check I want to give some of y'all, which is Minecraft Legends, in my humble newbie experience, can be a little difficult at times. Once I figured it out, sometimes it was a little too easy, but I was thinking of it from the kid perspective at that. So what I mean by this is
I don't know, I kind of love that though. I like when games go from being like impossibly difficult to when you figure it out and it's like, oh, this is the exploit, this is how you do it, and then all of a sudden it's like a walk in the park. I've shown this a bunch of times before, so forgive me if you are an OG and you've seen me bring this up 1,000 times. Come on, where is it? But like back in the day when I was playing a ton of Bloodborne and stuff, I used to struggle a lot with like Bloodstarved Beast. But once you figure out the exploits and the way to take on Bloodstarved Beast, he's a walk in the park. Like, it's a joke. It's like, look at this. So I have Molotov cocktails, fire paper, beast blood pellets, and do I use anything else? Oh, pungent blood cocktail as well. The pungent blood cocktail attracts beasts, just beast class characters, and beast blood pellets increase max damage when you do transform attacks. So like, watch how quickly this guy gets melted. The first time I fought this guy, it took me like 3 hours of trying over and over and over again. Hello. It's Babe and Baby. Hello. But my point is, I love this because it starts really, really difficult, and then you figure it out. Hi, dudes. Yeah. Yeah, once you figure it out, once you solve it, it's pretty easy. Hi, dude. Can you say hi, everybody? Hi. Hi, everybody. Hold on, Daddy will move the financial documents. There you go. Oh, silly. It's snowing outside and he turns on the AC. He's just like me. Oh, it stopped. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Rocky. It's like math. Once you know the answer, it's easy. Oh, yeah? How have you been?
I've been asking to see you since we got downstairs.
Oh, good. I'm glad to see you, too. Oh, yeah. Did you call them?
What?
Did you call them?
No, they started like 10 minutes ago.
We'll probably call them. And we'll see what they want to do, what they say. Hey!
We get in the car. Maybe it'll stop.
He just cackles. He just cackles the moment he gets in here. It's awesome. Oh, man. As Noak, I don't think I actually noticed any at all. Granted, this was like behind closed doors. They were probably trying to make sure it looked really good. I didn't notice anything, and they were very, very candid. They were like, we have no in-game store, no monetization. We have no always online requirement. And the game's director, Brett Robbins, the creative director of Dead Space, he acted like insulted when somebody asked if it was going to be always online. He's like, no, it's a single player game. You can play it single player. Like, no. Like, it was actually kind of refreshing, honestly. They gave me very good vibes. And it was sold as this, like, it's his dream game he's wanted to do for years and years and years, and he finally is getting to do it. It was awesome. We'll look at it more in just a second. Oh, you got Cyberpunk? Oh, yeah, that's a good game. You want to play it?
Oh, Lucky. Can you give Daddy a high five? Realize up high, down low.
Down low? Down low.
You gotta do too slow.
Oh, ready? One more? One more?
You go up high?
Up high? Down low?
Down low?
Down
Up
low?
high?
High five? Oh, too slow. Oh, too slow. You're a good guy.
If he's ever saying down low, he's asking for the down low.
Down low.
Down low.
So busy. He never stops. Never stops.
This sweatshirt is very soft.
Yeah, for real. It's like a velvety suede. Okay, you gonna go into town, get coffee or something?
I think so, unless he starts freaking out.
Oh, hi. Oh, you came back to turn it back on? What did you find? Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Oops.
Bong. Oh, do you want to say hi to everybody? Here, talk into the microphone.
Say hello.
Say hello.
You say, my name is Lachlan.
Lachlan. Can you sing a song?
La la.
Head, shoulders.
Head.
Head, shoulders.
Knees and
Toe.
toes.
Yeah. Can you say monkey?
Monkey.
Monkey. What's your favorite monkey?
Ooh, ah.
Oh,
Ooh,
it's the
ooh, ah, ah.
sounds. Yeah, do you like Curious George?
Dude.
George.
Dude. Dude.
George.
Yeah.
Dude.
Mm-hmm.
George.
Ooh, ooh, ah.
Ooh,
Ooh.
ah, ah.
What do
That's very
birds
good.
say? What does a bird say?
Tweet, tweet.
Tweet,
He's
tweet.
getting quieter and quieter. He's like,
Potato.
oh, okay.
Yeah. What does a cat say?
Man.
With the burp. That's good.
What
That's
about a
very good.
baby cat?
Meow.
Oh, okay, it's the same.
Meow.
Meow.
What baby
meow.
cat? Baby cat. Kitten.
Kitten.
What does a kitten say?
Meow. Ah.
Careful.
Hey, no. Lachlan, should we go bye-bye?
You wanna go bye-bye?
Let me just started the car.
Wanna go bye-bye in car?
Then wing.
Yeah. You gotta go. You gotta go? Okay. Be nice to your mother. Mother. He is a sweetie. He is a cutie pie. Yeah? Can you say bye-bye, everybody?
Bye bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, buddy.
Bye, everybody. I see you. See you later.
Bye bye, Yuli.
Bye-bye, Yui.
Bye bye.
Oh, no sword. No sword.
Lucky.
Don't worry, it's dull and it's hung with metal.
Hey, no, don't touch the sword. He flushed the toilet like 8 times this morning.
Oh, yeah?
He just kept disappearing and I heard flush.
He's trying to be helpful.
Holy bananas. I might actually.
You what?
I might need to call.
I didn't hear it again.
I
What?
might need to call.
Yeah, call. Bye. What a cutie. He is a goober. Miss my kids being that age. 6 to 18 months is the best. Yeah, he's starting to get into the naughty phase where he's poking and pushing the boundaries just a little. He's starting to get there. For real. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? Let's see. Oh, anyway, yes. So what we were saying is I do like it when Maddie or hold on. Calm down. I do like it when games start hard and then you can figure out how to overcome it by finding the exploits or in many ways the way the devs wanted you to take on the boss. Like the devs knew that this was something you could do and they chose to leave it in the game. So with like Elden Ring, they patched a bunch of exploits or quick kills out of the game because they seemingly didn't intend for that. But for Bloodborne, all of these strats are still there. So seemingly the devs are okay with it. So when Maddie describes like the game being really, really hard, and then once you figure it out, it becomes very easy. For some people, I could see that being a negative. For me, I kind of love it.
I figured out these battles was I would distract the enemy on one side and I would come in on the other and just rinse and repeat and just keep manipulating the AI that way. But what was the real fun part was utilizing the building, like creating a ramp and going up this big mountain and creating my own pathway to where these enemies lie. Tactically taking down structures like, oh, they're shooting these pigs at me that are exploding and spawning more and more of them, which is making it difficult for me to spawn forces. I need to take that out first, then the arrow tower. That's where the difficulty really lies in choosing how you want to pick apart the structures. But in terms of distracting enemies and gradually doing that, it started to become easy. But make no mistake that I think for the younger audience who may find a love here in RTS games, this will be a little bit more difficult for them, in my opinion. That's where co-op's great. Like if you're a parent watching this and you want to play with your kid.
Because kids are stupid. I think that's what he's saying.
and you are familiar with the RTS genre, this would be a great game for you to play with your kid and kind of help them along, because I will say there were times I went, oh, this is actually genuinely a challenge. Not that it was super surprising, but don't be mistaken that it's the ultimate super beginner-friendly, cheesy, happy Minecraft game. It can be tough at times, and enemies have different patterns depending on that biome I talked about earlier, so you should be aware of that. With that in mind, it's still a Minecraft game, so do know that you're going to be collecting resources. It's not like what you would typically do in Minecraft, and you hammer away with a pickaxe, none of that. What you'll do is actually start running around, you'll see a bunch of blocks of redstone, and you'll put down a gathered redstone box, and as you're running around, you're going to see the number on the bottom left corner go up for that. And you're just going to see that for everything: coal, iron, and you're going to gradually be able to gather these resources as you complete bases. You'll do what's effectively leveling up, where you'll go back to your wellspring and be able to place these new improvements around them, which allow you to gather different types of resources, allow you to build different types of forces and structures and so on. And so the game gradually expands, and of course, from this area, you will also be able to increase the amount of creatures that you can spawn. So it does have pretty good progression. It does have decent exploration. It does have all the Minecraft game elements that you would expect, so it doesn't forget it's that in sake of the RTS. It's a great hybrid, ultimately. There is a story here. The reason I'm talking about it so late in the review is because it's kind of just there. I don't think many of you were expecting a compelling narrative, but typically what happens is after every base you take down, there's a little cutscene of, you know, a piglin being run down or beat up as they're panicking and chaos is spreading, and they're just freaking out because they're losing the war. So it just continuously displays that as more and more forces roll out into the world and things change and develop. That's one thing I do like about the story, is as it moves on, the world changes and behaves differently. So sometimes at night, the piglins will become more aggressive, and it'll say the piglins are planning, and you'll actually have to defend your villages. So these villages are hubs where you can have, for example, chests that fill up with resources.
Dude, I think I'm just sold. I think I'm interested. I think I'm down. It looks pretty good. I'm interested. Color me intrigued. Okay, this has been recommended to me like 6 times. Why?
That was.
I don't know. State of Play. I didn't watch the State of Play last night live, but I'm interested in seeing the gameplay they put up. Whatever happened to Notch? I'm pretty sure he just made a butt ton of money and then he is just off doing his own thing. I mean, he doesn't even need to bother with too much else. He's good to go. Oh, actually, let's do this first. Let's talk about this first. Because this is something we'll probably have some people coming over and asking about. For those of you who have missed it, the video that went up today is on Immortals of Aveum. As I mentioned, EA sponsored me to talk about the game. They just wanted me to share the game with my audience, and they said that I was allowed to say whatever I want. Now, I only take like sponsorships from games if they say that I can say whatever I want. And usually, just being real, I won't do it unless I'm already very interested in the game or if I like the game. I'm not going to take like a sponsorship from like, crap, what's it called? The Day Before. Like, I'm not going to be doing that unless it would have been really, really funny. Can you imagine if like I get up there, I would film it like I was a hostage, like an ISIS hostage or something, and I'm sitting there tied up in a chair and I'm like, Raid Shadow Legends, or in this case The Day Before, sponsored this video, and then I'd send it to them and I'd be like, listen, you didn't say how I had to make it, you just said I had to make a video sponsored by you and put it out there, and I think this is really funny. I think it would have been hilarious if I did something like that. But anyway, in this case, EA, yeah, you would film it playing on your PC, yeah, over the shoulder, and I'd be moving my mouse, and it wouldn't be responding to it at all on screen. Dude, we could have had so much fun. Maybe it's not too late, but you know what? If The Day Before guys reach out to me, like they're like, "Hey, can we sponsor you to like talk about our game?" I might do it just so I can lean into those memes. I think it'd be so funny. But apparently they don't have any money because they're just all building this as volunteers. Anyway. But EA sponsored me to talk to talk about the game, share it with you guys, and then to also go to a preview event and see extended gameplay, talk to the devs and stuff like that. For those of you who have not seen what the game actually looks like, it's what's known as a first-person magic shooter. Okay. So how it was ideated, apparently, is that Brett Robbins, who is the creative director behind the original Dead Space. Worked on a ton of Call of Duty games, a bunch of stuff that you're very, very familiar with. Like a ton of stuff for decades. He's been around. And this has been his dream game for years and years and years and years. And then he finally got stuff organized so he could found his own studio in 2018, roughly. They absorbed a ton of devs from Telltale when they went and imploded. I don't know why or what that practically means, but I do know that they spent a good amount of time during the presentation mentioning that they did in fact hire a bunch of people from Telltale. And when you're seeing this, like, the game looks very good, as you can tell. It's running in Unreal Engine 5.1, and in all the gameplay and stuff you're seeing like this, I know they're saying this is not final footage. The gameplay I saw looked like this. Like, it was crazy. Like, wild how good this looked. So I know a lot of people are saying, well, I'll believe it when I see it. And yes, of course, they're probably running it on the highest end PC you can get. That's true. However, it is capable of looking this good. Okay. It's outrageous. That little bracelet thing is their version of a wand in the game. The writing is the thing I'm probably most concerned about. The sections that I saw, which of course were more gameplay oriented, they were very verbose. There was a lot of stuff being said. And it was like, I think they said it was maybe 5 to 10 hours into the game. So I didn't really know, like what exactly I was looking at, you know, like it's like jumping into the middle of any story. You're like, I'm not sure where we are in the plot right now. I'm really not sure. So, there's that. And then as you can see, like, this is what gameplay tends to look like. I don't know if there's a HUD or anything that will be up, or if it is this minimalistic. The gameplay I saw didn't have any HUD or anything. It looked like that. But there's different types of magic, different spells that can be cast. I don't know what the control scheme is like. I don't know how you can swap between them easily or not. Kind of a whip ability. They wanted to stress it's not Call of Duty with magic. It is a much more of an adventure game with puzzles and exploration and things like that. We saw some mini boss fights that looked really, really cool, and different enemies will have different shields, kind of like Hogwarts Legacy. So if they have a green shield, you have to break it with green magic, or if they have a blue shield, you have to break it with blue magic, that kind of thing. And there's tons and tons of upgrades and things to swap around. And like I said, they were very, very candid with some of the info they gave, saying things like outright, no, there is no paid microtransactions. There's nothing like that. There's no in-game store. It's not always online. The one thing that they were kind of coy about was we asked whether there was going to be multiplayer. And the games director, Brett Robbins, said, he paused and then he went, there is no multiplayer. We've of course tested things and played around with it. But as of right now, we are totally focused on the single player game that's going to be launching on July 20th. So my impression is they probably experimented with like a PvP mode. And they might bring that after launch, because why not? And the gameplay I saw looked interesting enough that I'd be like, okay, maybe a PvP could be pretty cool. But what's launching in July is a single player narrative game. It's not always online. You can play it by yourself. Well, you will play it by yourself if you play it at all, because there's no co-op. There's no multiplayer. It's just straight. And I'm honestly pretty surprised that they are announcing it and they are coming out with it so quickly. They announced it at the Game Awards. You guys might remember those trailers they dropped back then. I thought it looked interesting, but I was like, I don't know if we can take much from that trailer. But now they're revving up the advertising campaign. This is EA Originals. So the thing to remember is there's EA, and then EA Originals is underneath that. EA Originals, as far as I can tell, are sort of an independent group that EA pays for and supervises, but their approach with EA Originals is to be just kind of do their own thing. Let them work it out because they've had some success. Of course, in 2021, an EA Original won Game of the Year in the form of It Takes Two. So they know how to pick winners, and they know how to pick games with fresh ideas and that kind of thing. And so I'm intrigued. I will say this lady also worries me a little bit because she was the one that was rambling on and on and on in some of the cutscenes and things that I saw. And even in this trailer, she talks a lot. So my fear would be that they're just going to have her ramble endlessly. And I didn't find her that interesting. But maybe that's because we popped into the story in like the middle of it. But we'll see. We'll see. As for everything else they showed, I mean, the game is freaking gorgeous. The gameplay actually looks very, very tight and pretty compelling by itself. And it's an original world built in Unreal Engine 5.1. And this is a passion project from a guy that has created some of the most iconic games in recent history. I mean, literally, the creative director. Also, just look at this dragon bit. Literally the creative director of Dead Space. Not the executive producer like the guy that was taking credit for Dead Space with Callisto Protocol. He wasn't an executive producer. Wasn't a technical director. He was the creative director. He was the guy that had Dead Space in his head and then led that game into creation. So there's reason to think that this could also be something pretty cool because he has a proven track record, right? So it's interesting. She may be the exposition person. That's my interpretation. And it's really hard when they pop into a cutscene and it's an exposition cutscene and then they let that person kind of go at it, explain a ton of stuff, and then you go into gameplay. If you have no exposure to the rest of the story, that exposition does seem like just rambling because you don't really know what they're talking about. But once you do know what they're talking about, maybe then it becomes interesting and you can figure it out and it makes sense. I don't know. Why do companies still put celebrities in their games? The moment I see a celebrity mocap, I feel like they're making up for their generic formula. Possibly, Proto. Other times, I think it's just that it can be exciting. Think of Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk, where people are like kind of into it. And if you're talking about mass market appeal, it's cringe, it's stupid, it's whatever. But the reality is that it actually can make a difference when you have a celebrity that's talking up your game. It does make a difference. So it may not be our preference, but the truth of the matter is when there's a celebrity in a game, more casual gamers are likely to check it out. Because if they don't know what the game is, they're like, wait, what's this game that's coming out? And you say, oh, it's the one with Keanu Reeves. They're going to go, oh, yeah. Or Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, it has Simon Pegg in it. Oh, really? Wow. It's just one more thing. You know. I always believed Glenn was the creative director the way he talked about it. Yeah, well, and that's why I agree. He was very, very intentional with how he addressed it and discussed it. He wanted you to think that he played a much bigger role than I think he did. But yeah, executive producer still deserves some credit, but the creative director of Dead Space is certainly much more, he has much more credit to be given than a producer. Yeah, we're going to look at the Horizon trailer in just a second. Did you know GTA 5 has ray traced reflections now, but exclusive to consoles? I mean, full ray traced reflections, everything from windows to cars to pedals to glasses. Dude, they're so weird with console optimization. Rockstar's so weird with that. And then PC stuff, they act so put off by it. It's weird. This is going to sound random, but this game's costume design reminds me of Infinity Blade for iOS forever years ago. And remember that game? Infinity Blade. That actually does ring a bell. I don't know why. If I saw it, it might ring another bell. But art direction seems crazy good. The fact they got so many Telltale guys coming in makes me excited for the story. They haven't said if it's like branching stories or decision based or an RPG or anything. But bringing on Telltale guys is pretty interesting. And whenever a game comes out and it's going to be the passion project of a guy that has a pretty solid track record, I'm interested. I'll sit up because there's reason to think that this could be something great. We talk about like taking a skeptical look at games, trying to evaluate fairly whether there's reason to be interested or not. I don't think you should be hyped necessarily for this. But I do think it's worth keeping an eye on, especially it launches in July. So we're going to know pretty quickly, but the publisher, their last major game, won Game of the Year. That's a good sign. The games director, the studio founder, is responsible for some people's favorite game of all time, and then it's clearly a groundbreaking game for its time. And he's also worked on major AAA launches consistently since then. Was Wild Hearts EA Originals, or was that just EA? I thought that was just EA. I don't think that was EA Originals. EA Originals is a different label. I don't know. I don't think you should be hyped for this necessarily. Clip it. Oh my God, we got him, guys. We got him. But I don't know. We're going to find out. Over the next few weeks, they're going to be sharing a lot more info. And we're going to find out pretty quickly what this is like. So thankfully, I mean, what I can say is that I don't think this is going to be a game that we will be totally unsure of leading into launch. I think this is going to be one where we probably find out pretty quickly what is up, you know. So we'll do it. Let's see. Sophie, OMG, look, I need to mention this. I was browsing the Switch store and I found Cars 3 Driven to Win on sale for £6. Guess how much it was charging originally? 50. I was shocked. Dude, Switch games are insane. Switch games are outrageous. That Switch e-store is wild. It's ridiculous. They'll just have like Tetris or Pong and it'll be $80. And they're like, where else are you going to buy it, loser? You're on the Switch. Deal with it. You know, you ever see the games for 10 cents? Yeah, I think I bought Cat Quest for 10 cents. I think I got it when we were headed to Hawaii for vacation in like 2018. It's like December of 2018. I think I got it for 10 cents or $1 or something like that. It's not bad. It was fine. Played it for a few hours on the flight. It was fine. The weirdest part is if it's first person, why even put celebrities? I feel like celebrities would work really well when you can see their faces during gameplay. Is this guy a celebrity? I don't even recognize him if he is. That lady I mentioned before, she looked like a celebrity, but I don't recognize her. Is he a celebrity though? Really? He's from Never Have I Ever or something? Oh, weird. What I will say though is what they do this really cool. I don't think they don't show it in any of this trailer, but they do this really, really cool thing where they go for cutscenes. They pull the camera out and do the cinematic in third person, like very cinematically. And then when it transitions to gameplay, the camera just smoothly moves right into where your eyes are. And then gameplay starts. So they really, really well swap between these in a really fluid way. It was actually probably the most fluid, like cutscene to first person perspective I've ever seen. Really, really well done. She's Gina Torres from Suits. Never seen that. No idea. But I guess I've seen her somewhere because she looked familiar. Is this the first UE5 game other than Fortnite? I don't think so. I think there's been others. I think it's the first Unreal Engine 5.1 game, though. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Matrix Awakens. Well, that was like a gameplay demo. I don't know if that counts. I don't know if that counts. Okay, let's see the final trailer for Zelda. She is pretty. Does Link have a fake arm, or is that a glove, or what is that? I don't know what that is. I mean, like, looking at all of this, it's such a weird feeling. I don't even know how to really express it. I played so much Breath of the Wild, like so much. I love that game. I still love that game. I'll play it all the time if I can. I love Breath of the Wild. My fear for this is that I'm going to go into it and I really want to have the same experience. I want to just lose myself in it, get lost for hundreds of hours once again. But I really fear that it's just going to feel like a big DLC. I think that there's cool stuff they're adding, like, you know, the fusion stuff, the floating islands and lands and all of that. I just don't know if that's going to be enough. You know, it actually weirdly stresses me about it. Like, it weirdly worries me more than it should, but I don't know. There's just something about it that I'm worried about. Oh, I've watched this trailer before, Defeater. I'm gonna keep going. I'm saying this in view of all of this. Look at the her. Look at the her.
Zelda, we rely on your knight and that legendary sword he carries. Our last line of defense will be Link.
Link.
Yeah, sucks to suck. Not what I expected to have. Breath of the Wild mixed with Kerbal Space Program, but I'm about it.
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do.
Do not look away. You witness a king's revival and the birth of his new world.
Okay, let's go!
But you are not alone.
Link. You are our final hope. Link. You must find me.
Pretty fire. Pretty fire. Ooh. Devil-Eyed Elvis, thank you, my friend, for the 20. Money for the Munchkin Fund. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Love it.
Devil-Eyed Elvis super chatted $20. Money for the Munchkin Fund.
I mean, I'm just... I don't know. I still insist I'm a little concerned. Not because it looks bad. The game looks great. But again, if I'm just talking purely about my experience playing a crap ton of Breath of the Wild, everything from the art style being similar to some of the core like combat systems being identical or very, very similar, that stuff just starts to concern me that I'm not going to get the same feeling this time around. But it's like it's the same feeling as like playing a crap ton of The Witcher 3 and then playing The Witcher 4 and hoping that you have that same feeling, or playing a ton of Red Dead Redemption and then hoping that Red Dead Redemption 2 can live up to that same feeling, right? It's the same kind of concern and like stress where you're like, I just want to feel that magical feeling again. And you're hoping beyond hope that you have that same feeling. Difference between like Red Dead 1 and 2 is that, of course, it's like a generational leap. So Red Dead 1 compared to Red Dead 2, Red Dead 2 is able to do a ton of stuff Red Dead 1 wasn't able to do, just technologically speaking, graphically speaking, everything. Whereas Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom are similar. So we'll see. We shall see. But damn, it looks good. And the music goes so hard. Like, it goes hard, man. Anyway, I feel like this is going to be more of a Majora's Mask than Ocarina of Time. Yeah. This essentially should have been a Switch Pro game. Maybe. I mean, we just don't know what we don't know. What I do know is that they spent a ton of time. This has been recommended to me for like a month straight. I was like, fine, I give in. But what I do know is that they have spent like 6 years working on this. That's a long time. 6 years. It doesn't feel like the Breath of the Wild launched 6 years ago. But it was 6 years ago. That's outrageous. That's stupid. But that's how long ago it was. So I think they spent a ton of time like figuring out what they wanted to do last time that they couldn't, and then adding that. It seems like there's a lot more NPCs this time around. The world seems a little bit more lively. It seems like there's a lot more people to interact with. The fusion stuff looks really interesting. It seems like there's a good number of boss encounters, that type of thing. And it also seems like they aren't doing the shrine thing again, which is going to be interesting because that was a lot of time in Breath of the Wild. We spent a ton of time going around and like clearing shrines and stuff. So it's really interesting to me that they're clearing that out. So I don't know. Anyway, I think there are proper dungeons in this. I think that's one thing a lot of like Zelda fans are hoping for. If they can come out and give people true dungeons that they were hoping for, I think people will be very pumped. And I mean, if they actually get to do that, that'll be badass. Breath of the Wild did also come out on Wii U, and it ran better on Wii U too. Yeah, the Switch, even when it launched, it was weaker than their previous title, which was a worldwide flop from years before. So no, didn't do it. Maybe I'm wrong. My understanding was that the Wii port, or the Wii U port, not the Wii port. Yeah, that would have been a problem. The Wii U port, at least at launch, benefited from a ton of perks that the Switch port didn't. The Wii U chugged. I have it. Oh, I stand corrected. I don't know. The Switch, I do think it's going to be a little bit startling and jarring for people to go from a lot of these like 4K upscaled or checkerboarded games to the Switch. When it's docked, it's at 1080p. Now, some AV receivers can do upscaling stuff. It's not very good. A lot of the time it's just stretching it, but some really good ones can crank it and can like actually upscale somewhat well. However, I don't think that's going to be the case for most people. I think for a lot of people, if they're like, they got their new 4K TV at any time in the last 6 years, I think playing on 1080p might be a little jarring, but that's the magic of Nintendo stuff though, is that they can have games like that and people don't care. Like, I don't even really care. It's like, yeah, it'll be jarring, but if Zelda is good, I'm down. Who cares? It's why also, like, to a certain extent, I don't take super seriously the people who freak out about like the resolution of the games they're playing not being as high as they want it, or the frame rates not being where they want to. Because the moment a different kind of game comes out, or a game from a different publisher comes out, all of that goes out the window and they special plead out the ass. And they're like, oh, well, no, but it's Nintendo, or it's Zelda, so it's okay for this to run at 30 frames, but this other game running at 60 is totally unacceptable. I don't take it super seriously. Now, certain genre should always be, or should target higher frame rates. I agree. But I think that segues us decently into the news. We kind of touched on this. Reforge Gaming is having a debate on this. What? I don't recognize this. Huh. Apparently they're having like a debate about this whole 30 FPS thing. Interesting. But apparently, so the whole thing has been that Arcane came out, just casually dropped that they're releasing only a quality mode at 30 FPS on launch day, and a performance mode will come later. Which, the reason I think it's fair to be more upset about that than like Zelda at 30 is because in this case, it's a first-person shooter, and first-person shooters benefit a lot from higher frames, not just a little. If like third-person stuff happens, that's different, but I don't know. It's just different. Reforge Gaming, I don't think I've heard of him. Who is this? Is it somebody I should have heard of? I don't know.
This property now is available just to members, so take advantage of that.
Brandon, thank you.
Right now that you guys can take full advantage of, and one of the was like the next gen console war is over.
Brandon
like
Reyes
Xbox is not even attempting to win it.
People CMING at my neck on GamerRanks vid on TOTK.
Okay.
Said the trailer isn't a masterpiece and the hype is making it seem better than it is. Game looks better than BOTW, but not enough to buy a Switch again.
Buy a Switch again? I mean, this is my hot take, and I've said before, I know it sounds ridiculous. I loved Breath of the Wild so much, I would have happily bought the Switch just to play Breath of the Wild. And after that, like if it was a machine that was locked and it could only run Breath of the Wild, and that's the only game you could play on it, I would still think that it was money well spent for me, because I got so much out of it. Now, if you don't like Breath of the Wild that much, you're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? But I honestly did enjoy it that much that I would happily do that. Like for me, it was like an extended vacation. Like to me, that $300 with the $60 game was more enjoyment than I would have gotten spending that money on a fancy dinner or tickets to a theme park or something. Like I honestly just enjoyed it that much. So for me, that's my stance. buy a Switch again? I don't know. I mean, nowadays, if you buy a Switch, you get Breath of the Wild and you'll get Tears of the Kingdom and then all of the other Switch stuff since we're towards the end of the generation. But I wouldn't blame somebody if they don't have a Switch being like, I don't think I'm going to get in now, because I'm going to get in now when the console's super out of date and they're probably going to refresh it sometime in the next year or two. So I can see that. I think trying to talk people down from the hype a little, that's not the worst idea ever. People get super hyped, but then again, like Zelda is one of those franchises that's able to just consistently defy expectations. So it's kind of like Rockstar games. People are like, calm down, don't get too hyped for Rockstar games. But then they every time seem to pull it off, you know? So it's just a little different. Metroid Prime Remastered? No, I don't think I did. I played Metroid Dread, and then I got a bug that deleted and corrupted my save file as I was like reaching the final encounter, and it pissed me off so bad I stormed off and I have not touched the game again. Hold on, I think he just said something really stupid here. I want to hear this. Oops, I muted it.
Not even attempting to win, it doesn't. Your twist really inspired part of my show today where I was like, the next gen console war is over. Like, the Xbox is not even attempting to win, it doesn't seem. I mean, I'm holding out hope for Hellblade, but at this point, I don't even have confidence in Starfield.
Okay. Look here, look, listen. Hold on, I have that soundbite somewhere.
Wow.
Nope.
That's most definitely what's up.
No. Oh, here it is.
Look
here! Look, listen! Look, listen! I don't know how you can, with a straight face, be like, Xbox isn't even trying. They're spending $70 billion to acquire the biggest publisher. Not just like, oh, this is a big one. Like the biggest independent publisher. This is what happens when you let anybody have a microphone. They say stupid things, and then everybody just nods, and it's like, that was a smart point. No! Dum-dum! This big dum-dum.
Brother. No. You see, words matter, right? And you said it. No, they can say whatever they want about you, right? But your words matter, and you're very specific.
I agree, words matter, which is why what he just said, being so stupid, is all the more cringe-inducing.
You said console war is over. That's true.
Right.
It's true. It's the console.
Imagine being a grown man, like casually, unironically using the term console war. Like, bro, do you have nothing going on in your life more important? I'm a gamer. I do this for a living, and I make pretty good money doing it, if I do say so myself, thanks to you guys. And like, if anybody could justify spending a ton of time rambling about the benefits, as I skip forward accidentally with my elbow, if anybody could afford to waste time rambling about PlayStation versus Xbox, whatever, console war nonsense, it would be me. But you know why I don't do it? Because I for one, it just actively degrades your brain capacity. Like, what's the human size cranium, whatever, it's like 700 cc's or 600 cc's or something. This, every time you talk like this and bring it up and then keep a straight face, it's like minus 10. Your skull just slowly invades your brain capacity. It just actively harms your, I just popped off the key accidentally. Oops. It just actively not just makes you sound stupider, it kind of makes, I think it actually makes you stupider because you're stooping to a new low. I just don't understand how you could possibly spend so much time and energy doing this. Like, it's boggling my mind. It's so, it's baffling. I'm
have to
amazed.
go to XYZ store, and then you actually got to go to a.
Hold on, I gotta rewind.
And depending on what you need, get all your needs taken care of. But every once in a while, you'll go into a store and you'll present them with a problem that they'll say, "Oh no, we're an authorized dealer for Verizon. We're not an actual."
Okay, I think I skipped ahead. I will agree with him here. I went into a Verizon store to get my watch activated. And I walked in, we did the whole thing. They gave me the receipt afterwards, and it was not Verizon. It was like Cellular Pros 4G whatever LLC. And they were a Verizon authorized thing. And I walked outside the building and they have a Verizon sign. Nothing on the sign looks like another company. It is Verizon, but it's not actually Verizon. It's a secondary company that's authorized to sell Verizon stuff, but they label their company as Verizon. So, and somehow that's legal. And then they overcharge you for stuff. He also screwed up my account and signed up my watch for like all their extra warranty stuff, even though I specifically said not to do that. I would sue them just to prove a point, but I don't frankly have the energy for the $60 that I would make back, which is why they do it, because they know that you're not going to do that. However, let's see. I don't know. This guy was going off on something really stupid right before this.
Game on an Xbox Series X, okay? Listen to me. It's now perfectly.
Okay.
30. I can cope with this perfectly.
Okay.
I no longer game on an Xbox Series X, okay? Listen to me. It's not what you think, though, okay?
You game on your phone?
I game. No, listen. This is the best cope for everyone in the chat. Listen to me. This is how you cope with this. I game on a low spec $500 PC.
Okay.
That happens to be called an Xbox Series X.
Oh, okay.
You see. If I
So I just blacked out for 10 seconds.
Super chatted $4.99. I'm a Sony fan, not a biased Sony pony. I'd be a fool if I said Xbox has no games for their audience. Their games just aren't for me, and that's fine.
Yes, exactly, Rari. That's fine. Again, this is why, like, I feel like I have the immunity necklace, like in Survivor, from the attacks these guys can throw. Because if they're ever like, "Oh, Luke, you sound like such a Sony or an X-bot right now for bringing this stuff up and disagreeing with us," I'm like, dude, I have like 3 PS5s in this household. I have more DualSense controllers than anybody should have, and I don't even really know why. I have the DualSense Edge stuff that Sony sends me. I have a good relationship with Sony. Shout outs to Michelle with their talent team. Amazing. I'm pretty far from an X-bot. I just am not so brain dead that I can't acknowledge the reality of like, oh, he says with such a straight face. Yeah, it's like, you know, Xbox isn't even trying anymore. They've just given up. Meanwhile, they're about to close their $70 billion acquisition. If that's not trying, I don't know what is. It's like if you tell me, Luke, it seems like you've just given up on creating videos. And then I'm like, dude, I just dropped an 8-hour video yesterday. What are you talking about? You know, it's so brain dead. It boggles my mind. It hurts.
If I can convince
low
myself,
tier PC, I got you.
Yeah. If I can convince myself that my Xbox Series X is just a PC, that's a low tier PC that I spent $500 on, that's the reason why I'm not getting all the bells and whistles with it. Now that sounds a little bit better, right? Because if I was to go out there and buy a $500 PC, I wouldn't be able to play none of these games anyways, right? See, so you see what I did there?
Yeah, I like it.
I did. Did you? I'm not sure if you did. I'm not sure. It's like if you want to bash performance-wise like this stuff. Okay, anyway. All of this to say, Arcane's move to 30 FPS only and then bringing performance mode after the fact is an oopsie. I don't know why they think that this isn't a problem, and it just goes back to what I mentioned before, which is expectations versus reality. If the expectation is that you're going to have a performance mode, you need to bring a performance mode. Otherwise, people will be disappointed. If you guys read Machiavelli's The Prince back in high school, or college. The whole idea behind like one of Machiavelli's points tied into specifically expectations. He was doing it in the context of like leadership as, you know, like a grand dictator, but with regards to like expectations, it can be applied here. If somebody comes in with low expectations, if they don't expect you to be merciful or to do something nice, and then you do something merciful and nice because you usually rule with an iron fist, they will be all the more thankful. Even though generally you're terrible, because you did something nice, it's a contrast, so they'll be more thankful. And in the case of this, if people expect 60 FPS and then you bring 30, they're going to be disappointed. Whereas until just a few years ago, before we started seeing every game under the sun release a performance mode, people would have not, you know, blinked an eye or wouldn't have questioned it if it launched with a 30 FPS mode. People would be like, yeah, that's what we do. On console, you get 30. On PC, you can get 60 plus. Easy. And proof positive of this is that like Red Dead 2, a game that I'm sure these guys would happily defend, maybe not in this context because they they bounce around so often, but a game like Red Dead 2 launched at 30 FPS. You know what also did? The Last of Us Part 2, a game they probably would defend too. The Last of Us originally launched at 30 FPS. And those games were still phenomenal, even at 30. Difference is, back in 2013, back in 2020, these games, or 2018 for Red Dead, these games were releasing in a culture that was just different. Expectations were different. And so people needed to, or devs needed to hold themselves to a different standard. Nowadays, people expect the performance mode. They understand it will look worse on performance mode, but they expect that to be lower. One thing I'm really, really excited for is to see if they release if they release The Last of Us Factions at 30. I would love to see what these guys do, how quickly they'll backtrack. And this is what, like, if you ever find yourself talking with somebody who's going to backtrack and bounce around and, in other words, move the goalpost every time their tribe makes an oopsie, it's really not worth having a conversation because there's no good faith in it, right? It's all special pleading. It's all nonsense. There's nothing you can say that's going to convince them to change their mind or that's going to make them reevaluate. And the best example is with, you know, the Sony stuff. They're complaining about Xbox exclusives, and then all of a sudden it swaps and Xbox is getting exclusives. And they start complaining, or maybe I said that backwards, but they complain about Xbox exclusives and then praise it when Sony's dropping it. And they're like, oh, you're just mad that you don't get access to this game. It's like, no, I'm just trying to be consistent. I don't like exclusives from anybody. Easy. I don't think it's bad, Rari, to expect 60. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. And like to a certain extent, it's not a matter of whether it's good or bad to expect 60, but if everybody expects 60, you need to bring out 60. You just do. It's pretty simple. If everybody is expecting the next iPhone to launch with a battery that lasts longer than an hour and a half, it doesn't matter how many other bells and whistles are in here. It could be the most amazing piece of tech, but this one thing doesn't live up to that expectation. People will still bitch and moan about that one expectation not being met. Redfall could still be tremendous Game of the Year material. I don't really think so, but maybe. And it just runs at 30. And they chose, instead of releasing a performance mode that was going to be buggy or glitchy, they decided to delay that and still get the game out on time. It's not like they're not mutually exclusive, in other words. Rari, thank you. Also, exclusives do create competition for companies, in my opinion. If all games were multi-plat, wouldn't people just invest in a PC in the long run? You would think, but I don't think that that's the case, because PCs do tend to have a higher cost and higher barrier to entry. Even when this guy is saying that like a $500 PC competes with these, you have to also factor in all the peripherals, all the extra stuff you need to get the PC going. Usually people invest in you know, nicer mouse and keyboards, in better displays, things like that. Usually consoles go on your media center that you already have, whereas your PC you're going to be setting up on a desk in a dedicated space. So it's a whole other thing. But as for competition, this is like I've said before, I don't like exclusives, but they are a necessary evil and they are a reality of this industry. You're not getting rid of it. Xbox not doing exclusives for a decade proved that Sony doesn't give a crap and they'll keep doing exclusives. So finally, Xbox is just coming along and being like, okay, well, we'll play that game too. And now Sony's crying foul, which, like I said, I think there's a great argument to be made against the Activision deal. Sony is the worst possible company to be making that argument, because literally every single bullet point that they complain about this Activision deal on applies to them with 15 different games. So I think Sony's just finally getting a taste of their own medicine, and they really do not like it. They are not happy.
You're coping really well.
It took me 24 hours to figure this out.
Yeah.
He's blowing our ears out. Listen, you saying that in your video, because I'm like, what's this man saying? He's like, oh, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I'm like, okay, Doc, what you got? What you got? Because when you said that, like, Redfall shadow dropped, I was like, what's this man saying? I knew there was going to be a twist. Like, you're becoming the M. Night Shyamalan of YouTube, right? You're going to have a twist with your title in your video. And I'm like, okay, what's the Doc twist? Your twist really inspired part of my show today, where I was like, the next gen console war is over. Like, Xbox is not even attempting to win, it doesn't seem. I mean,
I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that a grown man can, with a straight face, say this and like
you sit down with
it's just amazing to me. Wow. Oh, and the kind of stuff he does are like 2-hour streams. Like, it's just super low effort. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of this guy before.
Does Starfield need multiplayer? Many people saying that the game needs multiplayer. Articles, YouTube videos, even the community continuing to sort of look at what Starfield has to offer. And
I do think that the funniest way to deal with people like this is to literally just reply to them, and when they say something kind of stupid, you just go, Sony Pony. And you just leave it there. And they'll start to freak out. You just leave it there. Just leave it there. Oh man. I find this stuff thoroughly entertaining, to be honest. I don't honestly know why. I just find it really, really funny. It's lol cows to me. Like the idea that a grown man can sit for hours on end, like simping for a Japanese corporation selling gaming software and hardware is just so weird to me. Like, I like gaming. I like Sony stuff. I like Xbox stuff. I like Nintendo stuff. I like Activision stuff. But like, I try to at least be a little consistent, and I don't always do a great job. I sometimes, am not consistent. And when I'm not consistent, you guys call me out and I try to adjust. At least I try. But these guys, they will say something like, the 30 FPS thing. Xbox releasing a game at 30 FPS on launch day. They're not even trying. And then tomorrow, if Sony announces, and you all know this is the case, if Sony announced that Red Faction, I keep saying Red Faction because Faction's in the name. If they announced that The Last of Us Factions is releasing at 30, these guys would immediately take a big old dose of copium and they would start to special plead it away. Make excuses, say it's different, it's not the same thing, it doesn't matter, it's Naughty Dog, so it's going to be way better anyways. Immediately bouncing. And if you're talking to somebody who is just going to move the goalposts every time you can flip it back on them, it's not even really worth talking, because you're dealing with a child, like a tribalistic child. And it's funny, in the same way like me watching Dark Side Phil compilations, this is how you don't play X game, is funny. It's entertaining. or King Cobra videos is entertaining.
That's most definitely what's up.
But you shouldn't expect a lot of substance there, you know, at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I had to spend about $5,500 on my PC, and Spider-Man still stutters on high for me. Casual gamers will always pick the $600 option over spending $5K to play games. I don't know how you manage that, Austin, though. That's crazy. It still stutters on high? I don't know. Double check you've got like XMP enabled and all that stuff, because that's bizarre. This Reforge was banned for sexual harassment. From where? Like from YouTube? Did he restart? Have you ever watched the DSP hospital video? I don't think I've watched. I've heard about it. Is it the time when like his wife or girlfriend was in the hospital and then he was like arguing with the doctors because he was upset how expensive it was going to be?
He has super chatted $4.99. Was checking out the Apex PC builder from your vid, put one together for around $1,600. Wondering if you knew websites or brands for a nice 42 inches monitor.
42 inches? At 42, I'm assuming you're looking at ultra wide stuff. I don't get like a kickback from this, but what I will say is my LG monitor that they sent me is outrageous. Like this one is a 45 inch ultra wide. And oh my God, it's ridiculous. It's an OLED, ultra wide, 244 frames a second, 240 frames a second. It's ridiculous. It's really, really good. So any of those LG gaming monitors, I think you'll be very, very pleased. Very pleased. It's so good. I'm bummed. I wanted to use it as like my main display right here. And I tried doing that for a while, but it is not super practical for me just because being an ultra wide, it causes problems while streaming. And so it's unfortunate, but for my very particular setup, it doesn't work super great. So I use it as my streaming PC monitor right here, and it just like fills out my view. It's awesome. Let's see. What was I going to? Oh yeah. The launch trailer.
Peggy 16.
The enemy is headed south, to the burning shores.
My people are lost and scattered. What could he possibly want with them?
We have to find out no matter what it takes. He's up to something big. Every tribe, every one, is in danger.
I'm interested. I hope it's awesome. My problem with Horizon so far has always been that it leans a lot into style over substance. It looks great. It moves great. Technologically, it's very, very impressive. But then there's just some bafflingly stupid design choices all over the place. And it's really confusing when it happens, because you're like, wait, so many other parts of this game are tremendous. Why is this so bizarrely weird? Like, why is this not where it needs to be? This looks awesome, though. I love these big, like, huge set pieces, and that's awesome. The DLC for Horizon Zero Dawn was pretty cool. The snow one. It was pretty short, as I recall, but I thought it was pretty good. The snow deformation system was awesome. I don't know. I hope it's good. How do you fight that? Weak points, baby. Weak points. Do you remember the retail price before sale and credit was added? Oh, for the monitor? I think this one retail is like 1,700 or 1,800. Horizon game is utterly boring. IMO. My biggest problems are, for one, the world design, very pretty, but the way that they structure everything is extremely Ubisoft-esque. It's just throw stuff at it. It's not placed with rhyme or reason. Almost across the board, it's always placed seemingly to just maintain equidistance from place to place. Horizon Forbidden West interactive map. Let me show you. Map Genie. Voila. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. This is the map for Horizon Forbidden West. And all of these little things, when I looked at like, for example, The Witcher 3 or Red Dead Redemption 2 or Breath of the Wild, everything was very, very precisely placed, very carefully. The whole map was carefully arranged. What this game feels like they did is that they did procedural generation on each major biome, and then they stitched them all together, and then they just threw random stuff in. The worst offenders were like over here. If I filter everything out, well, actually, let me do this. Locations, campfires. Can I turn off everything? Okay, turn off everything except the campfires. So these are fast travel points. And fast travel points are used for fast travel. One of the weirdest choices they made, you can see they have these sprinkled throughout. Now, just ask yourself on a very simplistic level, why have fast travel points in a game? They have to choose to put this in, right? Like they have to choose to place these here. They don't just randomly get placed. They choose to put them here. So why put one here? Well, it's because you want the player, if they need to go somewhere in this vicinity, they want to be able to give the player the ability to fast travel to that location so they don't have to spend a lot of time moving and navigating the world that way. When you look down here, ask yourself, why have all of these fast travel points? Now, they're also used for quick saving. That's the other thing they're used for, and that's also important to note. Because what these are all used for, a lot of the time, is quick saves, because there's different like big, I wonder if I can actually put them back on here. Yeah, like here, if I plop these back on, you can see right here, there's a fire bristleback. Here, there's a tremor tusk. Here, there's a bellowback convoy. And so what they wanted to do is have you explore, you see these guys, you go over to the campfire, quick save, and then you take them on. But what ends up happening is that you just have an ocean of fast travel points all the way throughout. And as I've said before, if you give the player the ability to do something, even if it actively makes their experience worse, they will do it. It's just a fact of game design, okay? If you give players the ability to quick save and quick load, like right before and right after a major decision is made in an RPG, they will do it. They know it'll probably spoil the fun of consequence and trying a role, but most players will do it. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. They'll just do it. So when you give players all of these fast travel points, you can see that they're probably placed here for sake of quick saving before taking on different major machine encounters. Like the rollerback, quick save, take on the rollerback. Oh, you need to take on the asshole bristleback? Yes, quick save here and run and take them on. The other reason that they're here is because each of these places is also used at times for grinding for materials that you need for crafting. And they want to make sure that if you need to go and collect, say, snap maw materials, you can quickly fast travel and take them on super fast. And then you have to wait for them to respawn, so you have to travel away, do something else, and then come back and try again. So the whole game is built around the grind of hunting machine after machine after machine for crafting materials, for upgrades and things. And instead of making that just fun or streamlining that into a more interesting structure. They just decided to sprinkle all of these fast travel points in for quick saving so that if you die, you can quickly get back into the action. And so if you decide that you need to take on a fire Glintalk, you can just quickly fast travel here. Even if you're playing over here, they don't want to task the player with having to travel all the way back across. So they just give you a quick fast travel and plop you back over here. Honestly, and perhaps this is a hot take, I think Horizon as a franchise would probably be way better if they just totally got rid of fast travel altogether. The world is beautiful. They give you means of navigation, especially at the end of the game when you get access to the vertibird or whatever. Or what do they call it? Glintalks or Sunwing? Sunwing is what they call it. If they gave you access to that earlier and just allow you to fly around the map, that would be, in my mind, way better. But what happens is when you're playing the game, especially towards the end when you need to get better gear, you're just going to start to find the machines you need to hunt to upgrade that stuff. Go hunt the Claw Strider by fast traveling to this campfire, hunt them, and then you're like, okay, now I'm going to move on and I'm going to fight the Snap Maw. You fast travel over here, you do that, and all of a sudden, you're just fast traveling around the map, skipping over one of the best things about Horizon, which is how pretty the world is to navigate. And I know some people in chat are saying, well, easy, just don't fast travel, or easy, just don't quick save. Just fast travel only to the major locations and do that. What you're doing there, though, is you're requiring the player to self-regulate the experience to make it fun and interesting. And what I would say to that is that it's literally the developer's job to do that for you so that everybody can have that experience, not just the players who foresee this issue and then choose to forego the annoyance of how the game is currently built. It's the same thing in my mind as telling people that you need to go and download 6 mods to properly enjoy the game. Like if you're talking about New Vegas. Oh yeah, New Vegas is great, but you have to install 6 mods before you can play it. It's like, well, at that point, is New Vegas great, or is it the mods that make New Vegas great? You know, it's a distinction. To be fair and to be clear, I think New Vegas is great without mods. With mods, it's even better, but that's a separate point. Let's see. I just couldn't get into Horizon no matter how much I tried. Yeah, that was me with Ghost of Tsushima until I tried it on 60 FPS. And let me be clear, I think Horizon does a lot of stuff really, really well, and there's a lot of pieces to it that are awesome. I still insist that it's probably like an 8 to 8.5 out of 10. I think it's pretty good, but I've never went, this is great. A lot of the time, the narrative is just kind of cringy. They seem super obsessive and insistent on Aloy just being the super badass, tough chick who can do whatever, stunning, brave, and beautifully. And even when it doesn't really make sense, like she's got this moment where she can be vulnerable and they bring in a clone to project all of her insecurities upon for Aloy to come along and be like, stop being a little bitch and figure it out. And it's like, you could have had Aloy have that sensitivity, but instead you brought in a clone to do it. Like, that's insane. That's ridiculous. They're out of their minds. But anyway, all of this to say, I don't know, where did we even start with this? Oh, just, yeah, broad problems with Horizon as a franchise. This stuff has always frustrated me because I think Horizon does a lot of stuff really well, and then they just shoot themselves in the foot with some of these weird design choices. And this, I mean, look at this. Look at all these fast travel points. Are these all for quick saves? I think so. They place this one here so you fight Snap Maws and you can quickly reload. These 2 are here to serve this Scorcher. This one's here to serve, I guess, going and getting a charger, maybe? But then why is this one here? I don't know. Like, why are all of these fast travel points sprinkled in here? For the quick saves? Maybe. I don't know. It's bizarre. There really is no reason to put all of them here. And you compare it to the confidence with which, like if we do Red Dead Redemption 2 interactive map. You look at this, and let's just turn off everything, and then I can go back and add stuff. because right now it's a little overwhelming. Hit maps, no, heat maps, birds, upgrade to pro. There's still stuff on the map. How do I turn that off? Can I not turn this off? Chocolate Daisy cycle 2. I don't. What does that even mean? Daisy flower. Okay, just turn all of these off. Fossils, yeah, okay. So this is the map, except for Madame Nazar. Okay. This is the map of what we have just by default with Red Dead. And if we go in and let's just say we turn on I mean, again, there is fast travel, but in a very different way. It's with either the buggy that you can find in like Saint Denis and a lot of locations, or it's with the train where you can buy a train ticket and then ride the train. But again, it's very, very separate. Yeah. Oh, damn it. You're right. It is online. That's why I was like, what the hell are these things? Like these weird pop-ups, the plant pop-ups. Radio 2 World. Gold bars again. Damn it. Where's the one from... Map Genie. Map Genie was awesome. Beach up into the gold bars again. I don't know. Anyway, the point of all of this is just to say that if we just go back to this, because I don't care at this point. The point is with Red Dead, it's very, very straightforward. It's very flat. They allow you to be alone with your thoughts and to just explore by yourself without any pressure of quickly fast traveling and trying to min-max everything. They just let you go and do your thing. And it's awesome. It's that confidence to just let you be alone with the world. And Breath of the Wild, I feel like, is just... Or Breath of the Wild. They wish. Horizon Forbidden West and Horizon Zero Dawn are just the polar opposite. It's this really insecure way of designing a world where it's all about you just fast traveling and bouncing around everywhere. And I find it mildly infuriating. And then you compare it to, you know, the Red Dead style of just letting you go out and do whatever. Oh, you need to travel over there. You need to get back to Saint Denis quickly. Get on your horse. Figure it out. Figure it out. I wanted to fast travel, gotta be honest. Well, and there is one, but the whole point is like, it's pretty simple. I haven't heard anybody say this, but I imagine that the devs of Red Dead would tell you this. They spent years crafting a map for you to explore on horseback and as a cowboy. And the least you can do is explore it the way that they would like you to, without fast traveling and exploring the world by way of load screens. And that's my biggest frustration with fast travel in games a lot of the time, is that it's often used as a means to give the player an excuse not to navigate the world anymore. You explore it once to discover the fast travel post, and then you just fast travel around. Because again, if players can use a tool to make their time with the game more efficient, they are going to use it. Same with the quick save, quick load. And so Red Dead comes along and just says, no, if you want to explore this world, you're going to have to explore it. You're going to go through it the same way that Arthur does. You know, it's my friend here. This was his boat. Oops. And they just say, like, yeah, if you want to explore this world, you're going to do it. You can travel, but you have to spend serious money in game to do it. And even then, if you buy a train ticket, you're going to sit on the train. I think you can actually fast forward, can't you? Maybe you can't, but you can do that. And if you want to fast travel, you can hop on your horse and go into cinematic camera mode and do that, but it's still real time. It's still happening. I always forget how heavy the like fog effect is in this game. But man, still looks great. 5 years later. Still looks crazy good. Oh, are they singing? Hold on.
I put my hand upon her toe. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, right low for the diddle all day. I put my finger on her knee. What I do say. She says, young man, you're rather free for the diddle all day. I put my arm around her waist. Mark well what I do say. She says, young man, you're in great taste for the diddle all day. I put my hand upon her.
I love it. Do I think that they're going to do a remake or remaster of Red Dead 2? I don't think Red Dead 2. Of Red Dead 1, they should, but I don't think they're going to. I think they canceled it. But Red Dead 1, I think needs it just because it's like very hard to play that game nowadays. If you want to play it, you basically have to like pull out an Xbox and go through the console way. Like it's kind of infuriating. But yeah, anyway. So all of this just to say, I think Horizon could be great, but they need to do like some serious reevaluation on how they design the world and how they approach the player's time, because so often they just encourage you to fast travel all around. So you'll run through each of these areas once, and after that you're just fast traveling. And so by the time you finish the game and you get access to the Sunwing and you're able to fly places, you're like, what? I mean, this would have been great earlier, but also why hop on this big bird and fly around when I could just quickly fast travel? You know, and as long as that fast travel is an option, love it or hate it, players will use it. It's the dev's job to recognize that and then to prevent players from abusing that mechanic to the point where it ruins their experience. So it's the same exact thing that happened with Hogwarts Legacy, where we got access to these mounts and the mounts are useless in comparison to fast travel and the broom. So they added this thing in, and then everybody's like, well, why did you even add these in? Because they're totally useless. Like, why use them? And I think that's fair. Why use them? Ayla needs to stop talking constantly. I just think they need to be willing to show her being a little vulnerable. Just a little bit. She doesn't have to be like a sobbing mess on the floor. But you can have a strong character that still is vulnerable and concerned and nervous and emotional. Like, that's possible. But for some reason with Aloy, they're terrified of having her show any weakness at all for more than like a few minutes. Like when they did the I guess no spoilers, a character dies in Forbidden West, and it's a character dying that should really shake up Aloy, but she just kind of moves on pretty quickly after like a single little cutscene. It's brought up like in a couple of sentences a few hours later, but that's it. Same with like Rost dying in the opening of Horizon Zero Dawn. She's like, oh my god, no, and then like wakes up and is fine. You know, so it's just, and before any like Sims come in, it's like, well, it's because she grew up in a really hard situation and she's just hardened by this point, so she doesn't feel it the same way. Give me a break. Give me a break. You mean like most well-written female characters? Most well-written characters, full stop. Female characters don't have to be more emotional or vulnerable than male characters. They're just characters. Okay, like it's what's infuriating is by like refusing to give Aloy actual human emotions, they're writing her like a robot, because human beings are not like that. Male, female, spaceship, whatever, everybody has emotions, and that's okay. That's what makes us humans. And so when they treat Aloy in this way because they're terrified of like being accused of writing a weak or emotional female character, it just does the opposite. Arthur Morgan is one of the best protagonists in fictions. Fight me. Yeah. I mean, he's great. Even he has a lot of vulnerabilities, especially when you hear him talk about like Mary when he's talking with John towards the end of the game and he's dealing with his own mortality. Arthur has a lot of vulnerability. It's in a package of a rough and tumble cowboy who's been around a lot of death, but he's vulnerable. He's worried about it. Yeah, Arthur Morgan is portrayed as a macho man, but he opens up so much. It's beautiful, for real. Even little details, Rafs, like the sketches he does in his notebook. It's gorgeous. Like he goes out and he draws all the pictures of the things he discovers. It's great. It's great. My Arthur Morgan murdered hundreds of innocent people, though. Yeah, but he did it sensitively, and that's what's important. He felt a little bad. Oh, man. Yeah, but no, he is a great character. He really is. Oh, wow. Yeah, I used to go into towns and just rack up bodies. Well, one of my saves, I had like, I think in multiple little counties, I had the full maxed out like $300 plus bounties. Like it was so horrible. Like doing any story missions was next to impossible because you'd walk into town and Dutch is like, keep calm, Arthur. And then you just step into town and everybody's like, that's that serial killer. They just swarm you. But I kind of love that. Like they allow you to kind of break the game for yourself by being a crazy person. Like I respect it. I respect it. Oh man. Oh man. Here, let's finally watch. I just want to watch like a couple minutes of this, I think. I haven't seen this before, but YouTube's been trying to get me to watch it for ages, so I'm ready. We were talking earlier about like tryhards and people who are kind of cringy. This is a cringiest moments in Super Smash Bros. I think this is like a, you know, one of those tournament compilations. I'm not sure though. Let's learn together.
Pretty convincing game by Chillin. This could potentially be the last game of tonight. He's gonna run it back. My mama always told me, don't go down the same alley you just got raped.
Whoa, hold on. You can't just come out sweet. Wait, what? Who the hell was your mom? Like, oh my God, there's so many things racing through my mind right now. They're playing Smash Bros. And he's like an announcer, I guess. And he just opens up with that. How does that have anything to do with anything that's being discussed? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Wow, okay.
Boss, please.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
No. All right.
It's not okay to say rape. You guys say rape all the time.
No, we do not, actually. We actually don't. Yeah. All right.
Maybe it's a joke. I don't think his mom actually said that, to be clear. I don't think his mom actually said, don't go down the same alley you just got raped. I don't think his mom actually said that. Call me crazy. But like this is some event and now everybody's mad at him for saying that word, which can get you like demonetized and get you into trouble. Huh. Yeah, not very professional. Yeah, not really. Can you imagine if somebody on like what is it, Monday Night Football or something says that? Oh man.
And so we're gonna have to get him off the stream. I'm sorry guys, I didn't know he was actually doing that. Like, why is he? Anyway, I want to get back into this match. Like, this guy's boss is getting out of control right now, so I'm gonna just
wow. And they just boot him from the stream. Just a poor attempt at humor, I think. I think that's somebody who plays like online a lot and does the online shit talking and then came in with like real people in a real world event and was like, wait, what? You guys normally laugh at that kind of thing when I say that. It's like, bro, you can't just, yeah, no, we don't say that. It's like maybe your friends say that all the time, but no.
Introducing first, hailing from New York, he's playing for Team Liquid and is one of the most dominating Alamars the scene has today. Give it up for DeBuzz!
Oh no, dude. Oh no. Why did they do him dirty like this? There's no cool way to do this for a video game event. Okay. I'm going to defend my boy here. There's no cool way to do this. I don't care if you're Nick Merckx. This is going to be cringy no matter what. You can get in there and stride with like being a freaking bodybuilder. It doesn't matter what you look like. You're being introduced at a gaming event and they're bringing you on stage. Nobody's applauding. There's no music and you're just walking forward. This was always going to be horrible. Okay. So I want to defend my boy here because I don't think this is his fault. I think he got screwed here. Just the quiet walk.
Well, crazy. Anyway, let's throw it over to Scott.
Yeah, what's got Sky got?
Am I on? Is that me? Okay, hello everybody. Watching this stream, a lot of you might be thinking, how did I get so fat again? Etika, is he crazy or batshit insane? Sorry. The winner will leave home with $20,000. Which car will I hide behind to rob them? I'm looking at my script behind me. Olimar, should people who play him go to prison? And Zero, why does he pronounce wondering as wandering? Well, wander no longer. Simply type at Thunder Gaming LA and ask me any question you want pertaining to the following topics. Smash. Add the hashtag Thunder Smash and I'll get to as many questions as I can. Thank you. See ya.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna be real. It takes me right back to high school. Like the fingers in the hands in the pockets and the swaying back and forth, the like really uncomfortable, never making eye contact. It's straight out of high school presentations, and I love it. That should not have been approved. This is what like frustrates me though, is that anybody, like any one of you guys, if you were running this event and you saw during the test, because normally they do like test runs of this, they like come in and they do a dry run where they do a like dress rehearsal and they run through it all once just to see how it's going to go. If you were the producer or the director of this event and you saw that guy do that as his little demo of what he was going to do on camera, I would cut him. I would cut it because I'm like, you're going to embarrass yourself and the event. So we're just going to cut it. I don't know how this stuff ends up happening. Like, did they really need that segment? Could they not have just cut it? The dude clearly is freaking nervous as hell. He's waddling back and forth like a penguin. What did the show get from it? I guess what they did get from it is they got to be put on this compilation, which I never would have seen that clip before. So I guess they got some publicity from it. But then that's even dirtier. They're screwing this guy over and like throwing him under the bus for quick publicity. That's not good either.
What did we just watch?
So he's doing. He doesn't want. I don't think he wants the laser too much because then Zosa.
I think that's gonna be it. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go, Tyler. Shoutouts to Lingard.
And the Lint God.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Stormed out. I get it. Games are hard. I'll be real. I've never really gotten to the point where I'm like pissed off at a game. I'll get like frustrated. For me, it's always horror games like Wick. Wick actively makes me upset. But I will turn it off the moment I start to feel like kind of, I just turn it off and go do something else. I don't understand why people like if you're prone to that, like, that's not fun. It's not fun to get that mad. Why are you still playing it if you get that mad, you know? It does not compute in my head. I just don't get why, if you have that reaction to stuff, why you're still playing.
Oh! That read to get off the ledge to get up smash.
Shout outs to 69.
That's not appropriate. Yo.
The silence.
This download was
This might
quick.
be a 4-stock.
Oh my god, dude, that silence was deafening. Oh, dude.
Stage spring's gonna be tough here.
Do you think Nightmare kind of looks like Prince Abu?
No.
Not at all.
Dude, he came out with that so quickly. That was something he had like been thinking of saying, and then he's like, oh, I'll say that once we start. Wow.
Do you think Nightmare kind of looks like Prince Abu?
No. I
Not
think
at
you're
all.
racist.
But I think they're different races.
Oh, dude, this one hurts. Okay, I like cringe compilations. They make me feel like better about myself. But dude, this one's tough. This is tough, man. You need the link? I can post the link here. Here, I can do that. Man, this one's tough to watch. I'm gonna be real. This one is so good. It's very tough to watch. I'm struggling.
That's true. But I think if you were to put that hat on Prince Abu, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two of them.
Again, I think you're racist.
All right. Fair enough, Blur.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
last match.
It's fantastic air-to-air, especially in that case when DJ was stuck on the platform.
Sure.
Now we have 2 charge shots.
When both Samuses have a charge blast, my butthole kind of puckers a little bit. I get so nervous.
I've heard people say that, okay. But again, it's like this, what's the whole story of these like oopsie events or oopsie statements at these events is that people are just saying casually what they say to like their friends on Discord. Oh, my butthole puckered because I was so nervous. And they think that that's going to be acceptable in front of an audience, and they just don't. It's like your house manners versus your public manners. Like, you should not behave the same way. I mean, ideally you're behaving the same way and they're both appropriate, but like the way you talk casually with your friends on a Discord call might not make you look the best at a public event. You know, you should behave a little better.
Charge blast, my butthole kind of puckers a little bit. I get so nervous.
Silence.
So let's all be glad that's not happening anymore. Am I right, Prague?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Did you?
What? Huh? Did you? What? Oh, man. Yeah, Jake, exactly. It's like using friend group A humor with friend group B. Exactly. It just doesn't mix. It doesn't mix. Doesn't work. The top guy is dying inside. Dude, I think we all are.
Someone in the chat said, I love how uncomfortable Maxi is making Leffen feel.
Damn, there's so many people on the stream.
Yeah, so Leffen, I want to know about Mac Leffen. What's going on between you two? I saw some shit on Twitter.
His personality is what I love so
Oh
much.
my god.
The realness and the honesty and the brutal honesty. Like, I love Leffen for that. Like, he's
Exactly,
not,
and
he's
now I'm
not the
telling you-
cutest guy I've ever seen. Like, I'm sorry, it's just the fucking truth.
All right. I'm happy. I'm very
Right?
I'm happy.
I know. That's why I'm saying this now because I want
Great
you to
terms.
understand. Like,
I mean, I'm not trying. I'm not aiming to be attractive to
I
your
understand
team.
that. You don't have to be. You have a girlfriend. You love your girlfriend, probably. I'm assuming. It's been a year.
No, it's just a ploy, McCain. He really loves you.
Kind of same idea.
Wow. Wow. Okay, if somebody's not interested in you, stop. Just chill out. Like, for one, it's a presentation and you're in front of an audience. Why are you doing that? Like, can you imagine if you just like flipped it around? If like it was Ludwig and Pokimane and then like iJustine and like they've got a whole panel of guys and girls up there. Imagine if like, you know, one of the girls started saying that kind of thing to one of the guys. It would be very uncomfortable. If one of the guys said it to one of the girls, it would be very uncomfortable. If one of the guys said it to one of the guys, it'd be very uncomfortable. This isn't a matter of like, oh, he's uncomfortable with advances from what seems to be somebody who's interested in him. So I would presume a gay advance, as it were. It's not a matter of that. He's not like being homophobic. He's just like, stop touching me. I'm trying to play Smash Brothers. Like, can you stop, please?
The cool thing here is that it's a.
Hey, what's America's most entertaining sport?
Oh no. Oh no. Why do they stop?
Killing black men.
Is there something wrong with like Smash? Does it just get into people's blood or something? Like, what is this? I've never heard this many like not even like borderline racist jokes, just like racist jokes in one like condensed form factor. Like, this is stunning. I've seen like, I've watched those Minecraft or Minecon compilations. Those are really tough to watch. Those are really, really tough to watch sometimes. I've watched like those cringe compilations of like dance moms and all that. I've never in my life heard so many people just casually toss out like pretty racist things, thinking that they're gonna get like, like, you only say that if you think that you're gonna get a good response, which you've got to be on another planet if you thought that a joke like that would be received well. Like, oh my god, wow. Also, an alarming number of sexual misconduct in Smash community. A lot of pedos. That's insane. Oh god, dance moms. Nikki watches a lot of dance moms. Yeah, she does. This is insane. Well, I mean, so, and to be clear, some people might be like, hey, you shouldn't be poking fun at these people, or why are you reveling in their cringe? Like, doing something awkward in a presentation and just like stuttering and stammering is one thing. Okay, yeah, maybe don't kick somebody while they're down. It's funny, we can laugh about it. I don't think they're a bad person for stuttering through a presentation. That's fine. We all do it. I've been doing it this whole stream. My career is one big stutter, okay? However, when somebody gets on stage and is dropping like that last joke that I don't even want to rewind to and play again, that one, yeah, I think you probably like need to learn something, because for you to think that that was going to be okay to say is amazing to me. Like, it's amazing. And you got to be on another planet to think that that was going to be received well.
I haven't counted yet, but
you know how much blood, sweat, and tears Nate puts into this? Give the man $2.
I don't put that much blood and tears. I mostly put like angry sweat and
angry sweat. That's kind of funny.
Lots of cum.
We knew that was coming. We knew that was coming.
I get it. I get it.
My favorite thing with this whole thing is they say something horrible or just not funny at all, super cringe, and then it's just silence. Yeah, that was not that bad. That's just a guy trying to quickly brainstorm something funny to say. But I live for the silence that comes afterwards, where it's just like the other co-host is like, what am I supposed to say after that? Like, good point. What do I do?
2 or 3 solid throws and you got nothing out of it. What is this?
Oh, Prof turned this all the way around. No, he had it.
Okay.
Oh, wow. So clean.
Rage quit. Wait, what is that guy doing? He's just staring at it?
What just?
Oh, what? He's sitting there thinking about it.
Oh,
I thought it
man.
froze too because nobody was moving, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Walmart shoes.
I don't understand what just happened.
Oh, he had it.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he
so
paused?
Clean.
Oh.
What just?
Oh, what? He's sitting there thinking about it.
Oh,
I thought it
man.
froze too because nobody was moving, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Walmart shoes.
Walmart shoes. Yeah, I'm sorry, my dude. I'd give him a hug if I was there, but I'm in the commentary booth.
Someone? I don't know what to say.
And I mean,
this picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yo, why?
I gotta end this.
I don't even know who won. Like, I don't know who won. They're just both sitting there. They both look pissed. One of them just won. One of them just lost. The dude with the white hoodie won. The left guy won. Okay, well, those are not the same. I don't... I'm so confused. I don't... He looks kind of like broadly... like he feels uncomfortable. So I think he might have won. This guy looks like he's really thinking. So he might be the one that lost and he's just pissed off.
Words.
Yo, why?
He also looks like he's holding back a smirk. So maybe he won. But this sort of like really awkward... makes me think he won. I have no idea who won. The left guy won. He paused the game, which made the match not count. Oh, Crimson. That would make sense, actually. He won, but then paused it. So now it doesn't count. So that would explain why he looks like he's smirking because he knows it's kind of funny that he just blew that. And then this guy's like, oh my God, thank you for doing that. But also, I can't believe that just happened. Oh, okay. I get it now. It all comes together.
I gotta end this. Let me call it the next match. I'm sorry, guys.
Yo, please, no.
DXG UA versus Prof to the stream. DXG UA versus Prof.
Walmart shoes, no. I love you, my dude. I'm sorry.
They're
Please.
both
Stop
still
looking
there.
like
They've
that,
been there for
dude.
like 45
Please,
seconds.
You're yelling at me. This guy's looking like, hey, what's going on? Why are they just sitting there? Hey, what is this? Hey, I'm just gonna go back to my match now. No, dude.
Prof versus UA.
Wow.
I'm like, hey, what's going on?
Dude, that's so uncomfortable. That's so bad. Wow.
With a game that's made for children.
Lose it on Twitch chatters part 1. Okay. Never read Twitch chat while you're trying to maintain focus. Just don't do it.
Or anything like that.
Oh, and he just
you
does
know,
the
let's
straight
not have
up
any
air.
fun with this
Just a
game.
straight up air. I thought that maybe would
We need
kill it.
serious commentary.
Jesus
is what we need to please the 19-year-olds who are at home
really
watching this game. Because because I'm trying my damnedest, okay? And like, shut your mouth, dude. Come in here and say anything to my face. I will knock you out. How about that one? Like, Jesus, dude. Like, shut up, dude. Leave. Go watch another stream.
Dude,
Like,
I'm
I
so
don't
glad
care.
we have a professional
God
commentator here with us today.
Minio can see the chat.
Please give me a professional commentator's like freaking thing, and I will come to your house and cut your dog's throat. Seriously.
That's true.
Never with the lead.
Do you have actual autism, Gamer Boy Carl? Cause like, please, I need money. I'm implying I'm win, by the way. Fucking nerd. Fucking fight me, goddammit. Come to one of these goddamn tournaments and fucking like put your money where your mouth is, goddammit. Making money, I swear to fucking God, you must be a 14-year-old behind that goddamn computer. Anyways.
Yeah, if Leafy had a career as Smash Bros commentator, like with so much of it, I mean, again, it just seems like these guys that are used to talking one way in their Discord with their friends or something, and then they get in the real world and are shocked to hear that no, normal people don't talk like this. Like, that's not acceptable in mixed company. Like, it's just not. I remember we had one guy that came into chat one day, and he said something similar. It was like, I forget what maybe it was about Forspoken or something, and he tried to make a joke where he said something like, you know, the main character of Forspoken is so terrible, she's straight up autistic and stuff, and like he was trying to be funny saying it, and I told him just like straight up, listen, I have a special needs little brother. I don't tolerate that. It's not an insult. It's not cool with me. And if you say that, you're gonna go. That's how it is. I'll give you one warning, because I know some people like use that casually and they don't really think about it, but I'm not okay with that being used as an insult in my community, in my chat. And he to his credit, again, I don't recall who this was, but to his credit, he was like, oh my God, dude, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that would be offensive to you. I just have used that casually. I really didn't know. And since then, hasn't done it, hasn't said it. As I said, I don't even remember who did it. So I'm not even like, clearly I'm not holding a grudge. Like, understood my frustration with it, apologized, moved on, and hasn't done it. And that's awesome. You know, so I don't want to be like, oh my God, you know, cancel them forever, destroy their life. Because for some people, they honestly, just like Linus was saying, you know, I used the hard R back in the day, casually. For some people, they just honestly never got the memo that that's not okay to say. Like one thing was, I said in a video once, I think I said, like, oh, I was trying to say I felt robbed or something. And I used the word that I heard my grandfather using all the time, where he said, oh, I got gypped out of this. And I'm sure you guys have heard that term a lot. In America, at least, it's very, very common, even now. But it's technically short for, and I didn't know this until it was explained to me, it's apparently short for like gypsy. So it's like saying you were gypsied out of something. So it'd be like saying I got white guyed out of this, or I got Jewed out of this, which is something I had another person say casually when I was selling real estate. He was like, don't Jew me out of my money. I was like, oh my God. Like, what? You just casually said that at a business lunch. What? Like, took me back. But I realized, like, oh, that's where that word comes from. I didn't realize that. And I don't need the word that badly. So I'm willing to adjust my language upon learning some new things. And with this, like, you know, saying the autistic thing, some people use that as an insult, and they just have never really thought about how that could be upsetting or offensive to people. This guy, though, seems like a prick. This guy, it seems like he's just trying to upset people. And, you know, he's saying he's going to go and like kill their dog, or was that the last clip? I don't even know at this point. But this whole thing is just, yeah, I didn't know spazzing out also referred negatively to disabled people for a long time. Yeah, like spazzing out, the same thing when people would like take their hand and throw it against their chest and do like that kind of thing. They're also trying to make fun of people with like mental difficulties and stuff. And I will say, I had a neighbor when I was growing up who I still remember, he was, I think, like maybe 16, 17 at the time. I was maybe like 10, 11. And he had like severe autism, like to the point, nonverbal. He would go and he would break out of their house and be like running down the street. And you would see him, if he broke out one day, you would see him just at a fence, like down the street in the neighborhood, around a corner, and he'd be standing at somebody's fence for their backyard, just pounding his forehead into the wood to the point where like blood is dripping down. Like he severely, he dealt with some severe mental difficulties, and he did make that sound. He did do the motion with his hands and things. And so that made me always kind of sensitive to that, because I was like, I don't want to make fun of that guy. Like, it's beyond his control. He can't help it. And it feels really weird to make fun of people for things they can't control, you know? This guy, like the people in this compilation who are doing this stuff, they can be reasonable people and be mature and not disasters, but they are choosing to behave this way, which is why I think it's okay to make fun of it. To make fun of these people for doing these stupid things. Especially if they're over 18. If they're under 18, hopefully they're not in this compilation, because when you're a kid and your brain isn't formed fully, I think, you know, it gets dicey to try and hold you accountable for that stuff. But yeah, if you're an adult, I think you got to be able to deal with it. But anyway, I used to use the R word pretty often before I met my wife 6 years ago, and she explained why it wasn't acceptable. I haven't used it since. Exactly, because you got the fresh perspective and you adjusted, because that's what an adult does. You learn more and then you grow. That's what an adult does, and that's why we welcome it. That's why when somebody comes into chat and they're doing something like that and they're not aware, we can address it. And if they address their behavior, awesome, we'll move on. You know, you don't know what you don't know, and for some people they honestly just don't know it. And I know that there's a lot of kids that are raised in households where very offensive language is extremely commonplace. So then they get out into the real world and they're just saying what their parents taught them to say. They don't know any better because they're children. And then, you know, they get chastised for that. It's not their fault. Their parents set them up for failure in that way, you know. I was in the Smash community during my college years, and a lot of Smash players don't understand real world issues. I am also physically disabled. Yeah, I think it's just a lot of communities are like this, to be fair. More than anything, it seems like a lot of online communities and communities where just frankly you don't tend to see each other in person very often and go out and socialize. It seems like communities like that are prone to this kind of behavior a lot, whether it's like a Reddit community for World of Warcraft, or if it's Smash, or if it's a community for like online politics. You see really toxic people end up in all of those. So Gerard, I'm 32 and was an alcoholic for 10 years until lockdown made me quit long enough to investigate ADHD and autism. Was just diagnosed last week and 3 years sober. Amazing, dude. Wife and weed saved my life. That's amazing. Yeah, I actually just saw something earlier, like in the week, of a guy that had ADHD, and then he learned that he had been self-medicating with booze because it would basically slow everything down for him. So he was able to focus on stuff. So he could only really operate by drinking a lot. And, you know, chasing that dopamine was fulfilling to him. And I thought that was really, really interesting. And I think that probably is tied up in a lot of people's problems with alcohol too. But congrats, man. That's crazy. 3 years sober. Congrats. Congrats in the chat to Gerard. That's amazing. That's wild. My mom doesn't accept swearing now and I'm 20. That's... Yeah, my mom too. My mom wouldn't like accept it, but I'm not about to start playing with fire like that. I'm going to steer clear of that. So I don't swear or do anything like that around my mom. I just don't want to start that whole problem.
He's back to the match.
Instead, he's playing safe. Oh, and that is the end of Larry Lurr. Oh, and they hugged. Oh, and they hugged. Oh, they hugged. Oh. All right, guys, so just like
this face exactly. Oh, wow. Oh, they hugged. Oh, they hugged. Oh. Oh. They hugged. Oh. Just starts to really feel it. Hold on, I need to clip that.
Oh, and they hugged. Oh, and they hugged. Oh, and they hugged. Oh. Yeah. Oh, and they hugged.
I don't know, like, was he trying to like get him to react too? He's like, yes, they did. They sure did. And he's like, oh, the bit's not working. Okay, moving on.
All right, guys, so just like TK Breezy said.
Oh, your segment on Lurch just brought me out, buddy. That's awesome. It worked. It worked. Got you. This guy used to be a League of Legends streamer. Oh, really? Wow. After every match, did
Oh, and they hugged. Oh.
did they hug? Oh man.
Anyway.
While commentating, Commentator 1, Shy, talks over Commentator 2, Ryan Ford. Many times, passive aggressiveness ensues.
They're gonna get the grabs. Dash attack.
Oh, he could have shined that missed tech and pushed
He could
him
have
off.
shined, or he could have up tilted and maybe gotten into a back air, reverse back air maybe there.
Because he missed his tech, he was laying down with his back turned
That's
to
a
the
great
edge.
reset. That's reminiscent of Lucky versus West Balls. When he bat it right there, get the up smash. No, he could have gone for another up smash. Nice. That he's got to get the ledge with the up B. Nice. Keeping it alive. Good back air. All right. So Toronto Joe's on top. Not by much. This game could go anyway. Unknown.
Yeah.
Ryan Ford, where you at, buddy?
Oh.
This guy's on his phone.
Was I on my phone?
I don't know. We had like there was a total brain fart moment in the commentary. Everybody just quiet, letting the game happen. Got to appreciate the game from an immersion standpoint. Nice up air.
I kind of get what he's saying. Like, he tried to pitch into the commentary. He tried to talk, and then he got over-talked. And so he's like, okay, I'll just shut up then. I get that. But it's also like, I don't know, commentating and doing this type of thing is so collaborative. It's this give and take. It's not as easy as people think it is to be able to just bounce off of somebody's ideas and understand without saying it when you're passing the mic effectively to the other person to keep going. It's very, very, very tricky. It's very tricky.
Hey, man. Ryan Ford.
Yeah.
Is everything good? Was I talking over you? Is that...
See, he wasn't prompted to say that. He knew he was over talking and he didn't care, which is why he did it. And now he's realizing that the guy's going to stay quiet if he doesn't address it, so he brings it up. That's the giveaway. He knew what he was doing and he did it anyways, which is why he immediately says, was I over talking to you? I'm sorry.
My bad, man. I'm sorry. Please, like, take over. You want me to get off, or?
No.
I'm sorry. I was like, I guess I was into it. I was talking too much. Was I competing with you?
Keep going.
No.
Like, what are you doing, dude? Are you 12? Like, why not just be like, yes, let's talk. Let's get to it. I mean, is this Ryan guy? Is he like a big deal? Is that why? The only way I could see this like making sense is if Ryan is actually like a big streamer, a big YouTuber, and he wants him to be involved because he's like the big name on it, and he's a littler name, so they're trying to get him more involved. I don't know. But it's really, really freaking weird that he's like begging him to start talking. It's like he's going through the 5 stages of grief. Exactly, Crimson.
Oh man, seriously, because that's not how I roll. I don't want to.
And this like, it started, he was over talking because the guy over talking was being selfish and over talking. And now the guy who got over talked, who's now being quiet, is being the selfish one who's basically sabotaging the commentary because he didn't get to talk earlier. So now I don't have much sympathy for the guy that got over talked. He's sulking now. Like, are you 12 years old?
I don't want to overtake.
It's okay. I'm not mad or anything. Just keep going.
Well, I want you to contribute.
When I tried the 8th time, then I gave up after that. So you can keep going.
Obviously at this point I'm not going to do that. That doesn't seem fair. Like, okay, here's the thing. I fucked up completely. I'm sorry, man. I interrupted you consistently. I didn't even realize I was doing it, to be honest. My mind was wrapped up in the game.
I think he knew what he was doing. He's also stoned. Oh, it's okay because he's stoned.
I know.
So, my apologies if I did that. Please, by all means, if I interrupt you one more time, then I'll get...
Are you guys enjoying the Smash match? This is why it just destroys the commentary. It blows it up. It's infuriating. Are they all kids commentating? No, these are like adults. These are like college students and young adults.
Get up, I'll go.
It's okay. I'm gonna go after the set anyway, so. Don't feel bad. It's just,
well, I mean,
wasn't able to.
Are we gonna commentate together?
Maybe another time. I don't know.
So you're out of it. You're done with this. You're saying like that was.
For now.
Sorry, guys. That's a fun conversation to have in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I was just waiting for the set to end, and then I was gonna say that I was gonna leave, but feels bad to talk about during the match. But then I wasn't able to talk during the match, so couldn't do either one.
That is totally true.
So the next.
Dude, it's just you guys are right though. It's like it's all maturity. Most of this stuff is just tied into maturity. If you get like a little life experience, you know not to talk this way in public, and then you also have the common sense to be like, hey, we're doing like a thing here. We're at work right now. Let's not have this conversation in front of the customer, right? Like that basic understanding that you need to not be a child. But they keep airing their dirty laundry. It's so weird.
Next match will be having.
Hey, I guess that Desley took
Oh my God, move the microphone.
Kappas out. I guess he bared in mind. Get it? Bared.
You know, this is your first time commentating.
The body language is so clear. Like those touches are so uncomfortable, and he's so uncomfortable. He's leaning as far away from he can without leaving the couch.
There's one thing I'm gonna let you know and everyone know. Please do not touch me, like ever.
Okay.
Like.
Oh, okay. Are you sure? I like touching you though.
No, like actually no. Like nah, do not touch me like that.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure that we were cool, like we're friends.
We just met.
Okay.
We just met. Hold on, I need a soundbite of that too.
We're friends.
We just met. We just met.
Oh, honestly, he handled that well. He's smiling. He's making it kind of a fun thing. This could have been really, really awkward. I think he played it pretty well. Banjo Tootie, I just think like, yeah, the weird, awkward touching. I don't like that. I've encountered that before in like theater stuff where like there's some guys that are very touchy. I had a choreographer once who was very touchy. Nobody else, like we're just doing the basic movements and he's like, okay, everybody come back and then we're going to do this. You go like this with your hands and then boop, 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 like whatever it was. Except only me he came up to and like took my hands. Like, you know, those movies where they teach you how to play golf by reaching around you. It's like he took my hands and was moving them where he wanted me to do it. Nobody else he did that for. And then like the whole rest of the production, he would make like jokes about me taking my shirt off. It was actually quite uncomfortable. Like, but for everybody else, they're laughing and they're like giggling about it. I'm like, I feel very uncomfortable right now. Like, I don't care who you are. I just don't like you touching me. Like I don't like people that I just met touching me. Call me crazy. I'm not super comfortable with it. Ugh.
Okay.
Kyroflex is in the middle of the grand finals and his ride home. Another player's dad wants him to leave. Oh no, dude. Oh, dude, this is, you know what? Hamlet, well written. I'll give him that. The Bible, the Book of Mormon, great tales of years long gone. This is the most amazing setup to a story I've ever read. This takes the cake. Harry Potter, sit down. Chronicles of Narnia, got nothing on this. Bridge to Terabithia, I think that was a book. Nothing. This is it. Kyroflex is in the middle of grand finals, and his ride home, who's another player's dad, wants him to leave.
Yo, please stop, dude. I'm in an important thing. Shut up. You have to leave. Dude, you gotta leave. Then you can walk the freaking person. I say I'll walk. I don't give a fuck. talking. God damn it. Where's Leafy? I'm messing up now. You fucking God. What? You can beat his ass some other time. No, this is tournament. For what? Project M. Fuck.
Last stock, bro.
Kyle, kill him. Alex, please stop. Stop false. You have to leave. It's a game, nigga. Yeah. Fuck! I told you. Fucking Alex. Fuck. Hey. Get the fuck out. God damn it!
Gonna be.
We've all been there when you're having fun playing games and then you have to get off for some reason. We've all been there. We've all been there. Your mom's screaming, "Come upstairs, it's time to get off." And you're like, "I can't pause. Like it's a battle royale. I can't pause." Like whatever it was. So we've been there. But man. Oh, thank you, my babe. How has he been? He's been good. You're doing good? Did you call? Why not?
As soon as I drank the glass of water, it stopped. So
Oh yeah, probably dehydrated. Yeah. Chill out. Say hi. Say hi, Mrs. Babe.
Hello.
You're like the Charlie Brown adults, just cut off right at the head.
Powerpuff Girls.
Her stream is almost set up. We're going out of town, but after that, we're like golden.
I've been putting everything together.
Yeah, she's been working on her overlays and everything.
They all look really bad. So it'll be fun.
Handmade though.
Handmade.
My stuff was made by like some British people.
I did just leave Target.
Did you just leave Target?
Hello.
Yeah, that's funny.
Lockie's eating in the high chair, so I gotta run upstairs.
Yeah. Well, thank you. A salad, chicken, taquitos.
Well-rounded.
Well-rounded.
It's called I'm pregnant, I'm hurting, and I'm gonna go take a nap.
That would actually be, you're not wrong, Proto. That would actually be the most Nikki thing ever. IRL streams in Target. She just travels the state and the country going to different Targets and she streams it. That could be a thing. It could be really funny actually. Going viral. I could see a like news story. This streamer's gone viral after only streaming.
Banned from Target.
Yeah. Oh wait, say Massachusetts.
No. Why?
They want it.
Why? Do the roar. That's all I can think of. Is the do the roar. Do it. It's Massachusetts.
There you go. Massachusetts. There you go.
Make sure my baby's good.
Yes, I love you. Thank you. Will her streamer name be Mrs. Target? I would guess that's Pickin. I was gonna say picked, then I was gonna say taken, and then it was pickin. I would guess that's taken. I'm assuming.
Very, very difficult. Nair coming through, gonna trade. Yeah, both of these characters have such insane frame data with that Nair, but the sex kick gonna triumph.
Absolutely.
Can you really call it a sex kick with Young Lane?
Maybe if you want Chris Hansen talking to you.
Silent.
All right, he's gonna keep it moving right here. Yama. All right,
Oh, they kicked him off? Dude. So they're just like in real time kicking people off when they screw up the commentary. That's awful. I mean, it's good, but it also says a lot about what the organizers think of their commentators, that they are so ready for them to say something stupid that they can cancel them and kick them off out of nowhere in the span of like a couple seconds. That says a lot. Like, do you think that Monday Night Football, those announcers, they have ready to just like, they have a dropout floor where they just get dropped into a vat of jelly or something? No, they're like, oh, these guys are professionals. They'll be fine. But with this, They're like, we got to be ready to, to kick them off screen at a moment's notice because they're going to say something stupid. Like, at what point do you find that there's got to be one or two Smash commentators or people who are in the Smash community who are reliably good at this? Like, surely, right? Like, surely there's somebody that they could just count on, but maybe not. I don't know the community.
Spacing it back and forth. Oh, and an excellent finish right there with the up air, sealing out the stock right here. And I've traded out my co-commentator for someone even better potentially.
Another upper bracket competition to take place here. Guys, let's go ahead and welcome our first player to the stage. Put your hands together for DeBuzz.
Another walk-on. Dude, there's no way to do this cool. Why did they try? It's gonna be cringy. Oh, no. Oh, dude, you made it worse. I was vouching for you. I was vying for you. I was trying to defend you. No way. Is it the same guy? Is it the same guy? Dude, I was trying to be on your side. I was trying to defend you and be like, listen, there's no way to make this cool. It's going to be cringy no matter what. And then you chose to try and flip a water bottle on the walkout. Okay, I can't defend this. Wow. What would make this walk-on even cooler? I know. I'm not mature enough for this, dude. I don't think he's wearing Crocs, but if he were, that would make it all the better.
This was my fault. I told him play to the crowd. I told him play to the crowd. I regret everything. Oh my God.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I can hear myself. All right, hi, main eye. Oh, okay.
Dude, it's so bad. It's like those school concerts in middle school where people get up there and they think that they're really funny, and it's like, just chill out, dude.
Here.
That face is what everybody's feeling.
All right, the mic's a little hard to control, but I think we, Okay, how about you hold it and I'll talk into it. Yeah. Teams. Yeah, let's do it teams. Okay. Let's go team.
I'm hesitant to be aggressive on this one because whenever you see somebody at an indoor event and it looks like they just got out of the rain, usually that means their hair is super, super, super oily. And if you're like a 20, 30, 40-year-old man and you have hygiene issues, usually that's like a mental illness thing. Like King Cobra, he struggles with many mental illnesses, and he has terrible hygiene directly tied to that. It's like 1-to-1. So I'm always hesitant to like poke fun when I see something like that, because that to me is a warning sign that there might be something else going on. However, this guy looks well kempt. This is just cringy.
All right, so the first time we teamed, when was it? 2004?
Yeah, around 2004.
What, you want to take?
Okay. I don't know how this works, sorry.
Dude! Is he that thirsty? You're telling me this grown man is so thirsty. To be clear, it's not him, it's somebody else's Switch. But he's so thirsty, he's taking gallery pictures of digital girls to keep, like, wow.
I'm turning this one off. Wait.
I don't take any responsibility.
Oh no, is it gonna get worse? No! Dude. Look, Lukoa Dragon Maid, where you play the arena on her rack. Dude. This is why gamers have a bad name. This is it right here. Sexy Kirby also I was not prepared for. Sexy Kirby, you could have offered me like, okay, Luke, you get to make 10,000 guesses as to what is going to be in this stage list. And out of all 10,000 guesses, I would never have put Sexy Kirby. I would never have put that. That's amazing.
Except it's not much better.
Time for the climax is the music. Oh my god. Dude. Okay, was this seriously not set up? This had to be set up. This is too perfect to have just been coincidental.
Alright, technical difficulties.
This is basically the same thing.
Technical difficulties are...
This is, we have a classic,
we just had some technical difficulties.
Yeah,
They're fine now.
The Switch keeps crashing. I don't know why.
I'll work for them in a second.
Wow. Wow.
D1, welcome. Thank you very much, everybody. Introducing... I just wanted to say something real quick. Nintendo World Championships. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Time to play Smash with my sisters and my bros. Married to the scene, I can never let it go. Name is D1, you guess. Don't guess, you already know. Enough about me, now it's time to enjoy the show.
And I have a question.
If you're ever in public and you think to yourself, is this a good time for a musical interlude? The answer is no.
Question to everybody in the crowd, who likes Hungry Box?
I need to do more cool stuff.
Hey, stop slamming tables. Yeah.
I didn't see it. Oh no. Okay, look in the top right. Apparently in the background he smashes a table.
I need to do more cool stuff.
Oh, not in the background. It's just in the background of the audio.
Hey, stop slamming tables. Yeah.
Hey, don't say that.
You said that on stream. Excuse me,
I was about to get on them for giggling, but they might be giggling because they realize he just ended his own career, which is like the ultimate karma. So that might be why. I still don't think it's like a cause for giggling, somebody casually using that kind of language. But they might be giggling to play devil's advocate for them. They might be giggling because they're like, dude, you just ruined your life. What is wrong with you? You know? So maybe that's why. Or it might just be like Crimson saying the uncomfortable laugh when something weird happens and you're just like, ah.
The kick's in place. Come on, that was supposed to be a run. Do you think Falco has like feathers on his dick? Surely. Not like it's like concealed, like some kind of like. Do you think so? Like, do you think he has like a dog? Do you know the way like dog dicks? Yeah, like, yeah. Just like come out like, like these weird pink things. Yeah. Like. But,
I'm going to have to amend my advice from earlier. If you ever are in public and you think to yourself, is this a good time for a musical interlude or talking about dog penises? The answer is no.
lipstick, but like disgusting. Yeah, but like, do you think that like Falco has this like feathered penis? Definitely.
If you ever are in public and you think to yourself, is this a good time for a musical interlude, discussion of dog penises, or to double down and discuss then feathered penises? The answer is no.
Wow. Really good grab to combo.
didn't really get anything, but it's just like, it's amazing that he saw that he could do that.
So loud, so loud. This is so loud. Okay? Understand your privilege? You're affecting their business. Don't be so loud. You need to put control your voice. All the speakers. You're too loud.
I don't know what's going on.
She's from like the last year.
Some lady's yelling about us being really loud.
Okay, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. On the one hand, I do get what she's saying. If I paid $35 for a massage and then I lay down on the board and they start rubbing me down with oils, and then in the background I hear, "Ha! I got you in a suplex double smash," I would be a little annoyed. It would be hard to relax, sure. I wouldn't really be pissed that much at them, though. I'd be more pissed at the massage parlor for not taking care of that beforehand. And more than anything, I'm like, it's more the landlord's fault for putting a place like that and allowing them to lease to another place that's going to have loud events going on. You know? You know? I don't know. It's weird. Thank you for the vibe, Drinner. You're putting a channel risk with commentary from the dudes in this video, are you? My understanding is no. Because for one, it's all censored across the board. So they've been doing a really good job at doing that, which I greatly appreciate. Now, if I were the one like unironically saying this stuff and doing this, then yeah, I would be in trouble probably. But we're also on YouTube. On Twitch, I think you probably do get like somebody on your video or on your stream in a video said something, or you watched a video on your stream that had Dr. Disrespect in it. Boom, banned. But YouTube's not that petty.
What did she say?
And he's demonstrating that already, and now the Buzz, maybe he wants to pull out the laptop again, to be honest, because his game plan did work.
Please tell me that's not the same guy as the walk-on. Is that the walk-on guy? Dude, he's single-handedly carrying this cringe compilation. He's talking to his stuffed waifu, having a full-blown conversation between sets. Okay, seriously, this is honest. I don't know if like normal people do this kind of thing. I don't know if somebody that's well-adjusted mentally does this kind of thing. I think if you're an adult with a beard and you're talking to a stuffed plushie, there might be a problem.
But he was
It's like this gets me more worried than like cringing and laughing.
cutting it close. Ken made a
Was it his switch with Kirby? Oh, that's a good question. Was it his? He has to be doing this on purpose. Maybe it's some kind of joke. Maybe. What's sad is that we don't know. Like, if I saw some other people, I would hope. If you saw me doing this, you would be like, oh, Luke's joking around. But the fact that we aren't sure with this, I think says a lot about the community.
tremendous comeback. So, you know, the Buzz has to be running through his mind. What did he do differently? What adjustments did Ken make? And how can I close out this next game?
He is sending a prayer to his waifu there. Praying for strength, praying for power.
Dear waifu.
I said a $1,000 money match.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be sure, Luke.
Versus 10 Antificans. This is about to happen. East Coast versus West Coast. What do you say about this, Antificans?
It's free.
Antificans says free, gratis. What do you say about this, yeah?
I'm glad this guy works for NASA because I'm gonna slap his ass to the moon!
And there you have it. Take it away, plug, and
Honestly, a pretty good burn. I'll give him that. That was pretty good.
homemade waffles. We're gonna have the one grand money match. TN versus Tough against West Coast versus East Coast. Let's go!
Let's go Neep. I'm going for Slab now.
Like, I'm not even upset about that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
He's an underdog, and I'm Australian, and I gotta hold it down.
True.
And well, not even Australia. I think that shit everywhere. Everyone just likes an underdog. Trying.
Okay, how is he gonna ruin this? So far, it's been pretty chill as far as I can tell.
Also, unbeknownst to maybe some of our international viewers, we also hate brown people in this country, so... the, like, political commentary. I hope that's what you came for.
Look how the distance that we have between. I did not like that dash attack at all, and neither did the Buzz with the way that he came through.
Oh, Faith, why you gonna disrespect me like that?
Oh, it's him again. Dude, he's everywhere.
Oh, there's the...
There's a planned pop-off.
There is the...
I'm glad that camera's not facing him, because I didn't like any of that.
B15 back on commentary, and is this game 2? No, this is game 1. Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
We got Michelle.
4 layers of awkwardness in that. Wow. Okay. That's all stunning. My brain is fried. I can understand why YouTube's been trying to get me to watch that, because that was entertaining. And more just like, I would say generally shocking. Yeah, when you let people who are socially awkward run a social event.
Wait.
Yeah, for real, dude. That's awkward as hell. I still can't get over that switch where he had sexy Kirby on.
Well, the next match.
I wanted to see who that was though. Whose switch was that? Is it like a streamer that we would know? Tournament player checks TO's tournament organizers, I guess, switch. Okay, so it's not a streamer, it's tournament organizer. So the guy running the tournament, that almost makes it worse. The guy running the tournament has these stages and pictures. Wow. He was stunned. He's like, I didn't know, dude. I thought it was going to be fun pictures of Smash Bros. I had no idea. Wow. Kirby's kind of hot, not going to lie. Yeah, I mean, Kirby has curves. You got to give him that. Kirby got curves. That was what my college Smash Bros. Tournament was like. No king shaming. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. There used to be a place. I wonder if there's pictures of this online. Oh crap, what was all that and a bag of chips? Is it still up? Yeah, this is what it was. So this was a place that I used to go to, like right out of college, or not right out of college, in college, right out of high school. We would go, and it was this place that was actually kind of cool. You see, 6 years ago. It's permanently closed. Hasn't been there in a while. But they had like little painted murals. This is what it looked like when you walked in, except all the lights were off, and so it was super dark. They had CRTs all up in the upstairs, and this is the desk where the guy that owned it would sit at. And then they had a projector where he'd play movies and things like that. And in this refrigerator, he had a bag of chips, and inside the bag of chips was, or inside the brown paper bag was like a bag of chips, Cheetos, Lay's, something like that, a can of soda, and then usually like some cheap candy, like a Twinkie or a Moon Pie or something like that. You would pay $5 and you would get that bag and all the games. So all that and a bag of chips, right? Kind of fun. Kind of fun. Girls got in for free. And but if they wanted the chips, they did have to pay. But they could come in and play games for free. Which already is a little weird, but whatever. And this is the downstairs. So right next to this is like the guide rail that you walk in and it curves immediately, and then it goes downstairs. And downstairs were just walls of TVs. Each had their own little consoles in them. So at the time, all PS4s and like Xboxes. Back here, there was like a station of 4 TVs, 2 on each side of the wall to play local co-op GTA 5 online, which was awesome. And like it was honestly pretty cool. This is actually where I tried No Man's Sky for the first time, because it launched in 2016. This was rocking in 2016, brand new. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. What eventually happened though was the low admission meant that this was a great place for homeless people to hang out at after dark, because it was open all night. And then it would close, I think, at like 7 a.m. or something. And then the owner would sleep during the day and then reopen at 5 p.m. or something. So homeless people would start to hang out here overnight, all night. And so you'd have homeless people like sleeping in the corners. The bathrooms back here were disgusting. Sometimes homeless people would lock themselves in there to sleep overnight. And parents would bring their kids and just drop them off to just play. And it was like fun, but eventually it just got to the point where it was just toxic and it was gross. It was filthy. All the controllers were half broken and were gross. It was like a really cool idea that just stopped working because the owner couldn't keep it clean. The owner couldn't maintain a feeling of safety. The last time I ever went there, it was scary. Like there were the homeless people in the back bathroom that were like shooting up heroin, and everybody else there, people just started to smoke like weed down here because they realized the owner like wasn't a strong enough force to kick them out. He'd be like, guys, stop smoking. You can't smoke in here. And they'd be like, what are you going to do? Kick me out? Try me. And then he would just cave. And so people started smoking down there, and it just got gross and nasty, and eventually he had to shut it down. It's a big bummer because it was a really cool idea. I would honestly like to do something like this one day. I think it was fun, especially because you can see in this picture from 2017, you can see that there's kids that are hanging out there. A lot of people would come over after school and just hang out there with their friends, meet up. There was a cookie shop, Insomnia Cookies, right next door, so you could get cookies and have a good time that way. Yeah, racing sim stuff. Super Video Game 9000. And you see like little kids would go and get to hang out. But even this, you can see how kind of grimy and dirty it looked. And little stuff, yeah, there's the stairwell. Little stuff like the chairs never matched. They were all like taken from thrift stores. Yeah, they had all the memes drawn on the walls with markers and stuff. It was a really cool place, but it just didn't have a capable manager to run it. And even then, like the $5 thing, you might be able to make a profit doing that. Maybe if you don't do the snacks, maybe if the snacks are optional, it's $5 to get in or $10 to get in for however long you want. And I think you have to have like people walking around, managers walking around, making sure people are behaving, because it happened pretty quickly. You'd have kids like this playing, I don't know what they're playing. Halo, maybe? I can't really tell. But you have 2 kids playing Halo, like 2 8-year-olds that their parents dropped them off, or maybe the parents are upstairs playing on the CRTs or something. And then next to them, you'd have 8 college students who are like all kind of tipsy. They might have snuck in their own drinks. They're all getting just plastered, and they're screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs, and it just didn't really work. Is it Black Ops 2? I can't really tell. Maybe. It would make sense if it was Call of Duty. Maybe zombies. Is that what they're doing? Yeah, it might be zombies. But yeah, and this is what it looked like. Now, Designers Help Center. When was this picture taken? Does it say? I don't see it labeled anywhere. Yeah, this is well after the fact, but this is where it used to be. And now I guess it's like a designer place. After this, it was replaced with like a it was a really weird, I think it was like a yoga place, but they had all the windows blacked out. It was super scary and weird. And they only lasted like 6 months, and then it was replaced with like a call center. And that didn't last long, and it was replaced. And now I guess it's designers, whatever. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, awesome. Chiba Hut, noodles. Chipotle. This is now a Starbucks. Was a Cold Stone Creamery. It's now a Starbucks. And this is the campus of CSU. So this is where I went to college. Right in here. So like you come over here. I don't know why they blurred that out, but this was all that in a bag of chips. There's no parking here. So if you wanted to go, you would go over here. There's this parking lot. You'd park in here, and then you just walk over and go in that way. Down here is a like coffee shop called the Alley Cat. That's super sketchy. Super sketchy. This, I think that this is still backdoor. It was like the boot bar or something for a while. But man, yeah, this is where I spent a lot of time during college. All of this, these aren't any of the buildings I would have gone in. This is like the sports buildings and stuff. Where I went to school and where I spent my days was, what's the best way to get there? I think if we go over here, actually, this will be the best bet. Oh, dude, this picture is so old. Then back to new. Where I went to school and spent the majority of my time was in this building over here. A little further. A little further. They say this is like the oldest building on the core campus, and they claim it's haunted. I don't believe them for a second, though. On the tours, they're like, oh, this is the haunted building. So scary. I'm like, shut up. This is the building. This is Rockwell West. So that's where I went. College of Business. Rockwell Hall, and then they have the newer one over here. Right here. So technically, this is where I spent most of my time. Was like this classroom right here. Spent a lot of time. I had a bunch of classes in there, and then some of the harder classes were over here in this building, like senior year. But it was a good time. And then over here is where all the frat bros live. This is like a big fraternity. No, this is, I can't tell because they blurred it. It's been a minute. No, this is where they do like all the PhD students hang out. That's where they hang out. I'm thinking of down here. There is a frat that lives in there. All of this is new. They tore down a bunch of places. Little computer repair shop. Tiny little building. This little house is probably like $850,000. Just being real. Fort Collins is crazy expensive. These little houses too. These are all stupid expensive. Yeah, all of these are new. They scraped all the old buildings. The school owns some of them. But I mean, you go down here, these are all dorms. The university's big. I mean, it's a huge complex. This is where all the freshmen have to live. It's super gross. Nobody wants to live there. It's terrible. I'm glad I missed that. I dodged that. But man, it takes me back. Simpler times, right? I don't live here anymore. I don't live here. But when I did live here, I spent a ton of time over here. I would ride my bike on these streets all the time. This is one of the frats. These guys are pricks. These guys are toxic AF. These guys were horrible. And then they have another one. Oh, the sorority. There's like a big mansion right here that's a sorority. Yeah, this place. Once a year, like right after the school year starts, I kid you not, they would be doing their welcome, like try to get in our sorority meeting thing. And there would be a line of girls dressed up in like their prom best, that kind of outfit, like very, very, very dressed up. And these girls would be lined up from the front door out like this walkway, and they would stretch. Some years they'd go this way, some years they'd go this way, but this would go for like around the block. Like they'd be stretched all the way back to like here and then back around this way to the back of the building. Like it was outrageous how many girls wanted into that sorority. But I mean, you can kind of tell why, because it's a very, very nice place to live. They have like a dedicated chef. If you're in that sorority, they just have a chef. It's insane. But to be fair, if you're like, what the hell is a sorority, fraternity, whatever? It's basically just a way for rich kids to buy friends. That's basically what it is. If you're in a sorority, a lot of the time it's so that you pay the fee and then you have a built-in set of friends from day one. And for guys, fraternities, same kind of thing, except usually it's like a built-in party house. Doesn't that mean yearly fees are insane? Yes, I think they're cheaper if your family was a member of the fraternity. So like if your mother went to this school and was in the sorority, then they could also get you a discount or something. But it's a whole thing. And all I will say is that everybody I met in college, this is totally anecdotal. So somebody might be listening to this and it's like, oh yeah, I was in a fraternity or sorority and I wasn't mean. That's great. I'm glad. What I'm telling you though, is that every single person I ever met in a fraternity or sorority was a toxic pile of garbage. So forgive me for using the term, Luke, but it's such a scam. Yeah, well, it's not for me. I don't really get it. And people think that like, what infuriated me about it was that people thought that they were like cool for being in Sigma Alpha Beta Pi. And I'm like, no, I don't think you're cool if I find out you're in a sorority, or a fraternity. I think that you're like, I don't know. I don't really think anything. I'm just like, okay. It's like if you told me you lived on Walnut Street. Okay, cool. What else is new? Like, I don't care. But people would act like you needed to treat them differently. It was weird. Does this have any advantages apart from paid friends? The idea and what they'll tell you is that being in like a really well-established and well-known fraternity or sorority could help you get jobs with other members of that fraternity or sorority. So like if you eventually interview at Chase Bank and the person doing the interview was a member of your fraternity, maybe at a different school, same family of fraternities, then they would be like, okay, I can trust this person. They're part of my family, basically. That's what they sort of say. It helps you build connections. And in some ways it can, because if you think about it, okay, to get into one of these fraternities, you have to be rich, or your daddy has to be rich. So you being in a sorority with other rich kids means that you're going to know kids who are the children of other rich people. So when you go and interview at a job or you're looking for a job, you can be like, hey, Tom, we were in that fraternity together. Basically lived together for 4 years and we're best friends. And is your dad hiring right now? Can you put in a good word for me? And he'll be like, yeah, dude, I got you, bro. And then he can get you a job that way. So those types of like credentials or those types of like networking advantages are a thing, because it's just when rich people know other rich people, they tend to help each other get more rich. Makes sense. But oh man, it spits out some insufferable people. I'll tell you what. Gray Line. That's the new stadium. They spent like $300 million building this stadium, and the school asked for a citywide vote. This was like a whole thing. They asked for a citywide vote on whether or not they should build this with like city money. The city overwhelmingly voted against it because it takes up parking. On days when there are games going on here, football games, you can't park. Like if you live over on that street back there, you just can't park on the street of your own house. They will ticket you for parking in front of your own house because they need the parking for this stadium. So the city overwhelmingly voted against it. It was like 80% voted no for the new stadium. They built it anyways. They didn't care. Oh yeah, and then the Planned Parenthood. There's always protesters that stand out here. I think the actual Planned Parenthood is like back there. It's like back in here. But the protesters always are like chilling here. Doba. Oh man, I spent so much time at Qdoba. That's good stuff. This is brand new. Ooh, I wonder if I go. Yeah, this is like an older picture. Notice there's no building there. This was like me when I started going here. I don't know when this picture was taken, but like there was no building there. And then we zip forward a few years. Look at this. All of a sudden, freaking Union on Elizabeth. Huge buildings. Look at that. Isn't that wild? That's just a few years of development. Isn't that crazy? It's wild. This is where I went to college. This is Colorado State University. The trees are beautiful. I'll give them that. The trees are beautiful. And then you see they turn green. They spend so much money watering this lawn because most of Colorado kind of looks like that. But they spend so much water or so much money watering all of this so it looks more green. This is like the basketball stadium. It's a good time. It's a good time. I liked going to school there. It was not my first choice, but it was good. My first choice reevaluated my student aid package at like a week and a half before school started, and so I had to bail. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Anyway, let's shift back to gaming, right? We should probably do that. I like how sidewalks are like non-existent in the USA. In Colorado, the whole thing is bike paths. That's the whole thing. Biking everywhere. That's the whole thing. With sororities and frats, you also get a license to Yas Queen Slay and hell yeah, dude, bro, through college. So there's that. You're not wrong. The thing, like, we listened to that clip of Aiden Ross, I think is his name. I always forget his last name. It's Aiden something. The like Andrew Tate sycophant. And he calls everybody bro. It's like his verbal tick is bro. Bro. Sounds like a lawnmower trying to start. Bro. It's infuriating. I can't stand it. But at college, people do it all the time. Yeah. Bro. College kids can't afford a car. A lot of CSU students were driving new cars from mommy and daddy, or they got student loans and bought a car using a student loan as like a down payment. Because they're dumb. I can't even tell you how many times I would run into somebody, it was always in the like art school, who was driving a very nice, brand new, like not even a starter car, like a brand new, pretty good car, like an SUV, well beyond what they needed to get for getting to and from class. And they'd always be complaining about not having money. All the time. And then, like, I eventually, once I got to know them, I'd ask them some stuff about what's going on, because I was getting a finance degree. Of course, I'm poking and prodding. And I can't even tell you how many times I had somebody say that they spent some of their student loan as a down payment to get a car. And they needed the SUV because they wanted to get a dog in college, to live in like their house with 4 other roommates or 5 other roommates. And then they also needed the SUV. It wasn't because they just wanted a bigger car and were being financially irresponsible, but they got it because they wanted to be able to drive more safely in the snow. Like Colorado, like Fort Collins, Colorado is not that snowy. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it really is not. And even when it does snow, even when it does snow, it's not that chaotic. Like, it really isn't. And because when it does snow here, it really snows, like the plows are outrageously efficient here. I think it's crazy. SUV for a dog? How big is the dog? Dude, you'd be surprised at how many people in college are getting like big German Shepherds or Burmese mountain dogs, or Burmese, I don't know, whatever it is. Like crazy big animals that probably cost them like $200 a month in just food alone. And they do it again in college for some reason, even though it's objectively the stupider thing to do. You don't need a dog in college. I'm sorry. If you're in here listening right now and you're like, Luke, but I really want a dog and I'm going into college, suck it up and deal with it. You can get one when you have a real job. Stop it. Don't be stupid. It's so dumb. Like, I can't believe I have to be the one that comes in and says, just because you want something, stop it. Once you have a job and you're making good money, yeah, you can justify it. Go for it. We make good money, so I can justify spending money on weird, stupid things. Nobody needs an Apple Watch Ultra. You don't need this. Don't buy this. This is stupid. Dumb people buy these things. Or people who have reached a point where they can afford it and it's not that big of a deal. But if you can't afford it and it's kind of a big deal, don't do it. Steffi, Luke, dogs are always worth it. That's the thing is, the moment you get the dog, you're emotionally attached to that dog for good reason, as you should be. And that thing's going to bankrupt you. And also, this is the other thing that drives me crazy. People who get new dogs and bring them everywhere. I'm glad you got a dog. I'm glad you're proud of your dog. I'm glad you like your dog. I don't want the dog that you just got and that's barely yard potty trained. I don't want that dog coming over to my house when I invited you over. You know, this happened one time to me where I invited somebody over because we were going to have like dinner and play some board games or something. And they show up with their brand new dog who, very cute, very soft, is a walking tornado. Also had like, you know, bowel control issues. Like, it's okay if you ask, hey, can I bring my dog? I'm going to tell you, sure, the dog needs to stay in the backyard though. Especially if it has problems controlling its movements, right? Like that's fine. What do you want about? I invite people only to see their dogs. Like, as long as it's understood. It's understood. If they understand, hey, I want you to bring your dog, and then they bring their dog, awesome. If they ask me, can I bring my dog? And I say, yeah, bring your dog. Awesome. But what I can't stand is when people just show up. When you thought it was going to be just Timmy and Tammy, and they have their big dog chilling. I'm like, what the hell? I find it like kind of disrespectful in a way. Like, why is it okay for you to just bring your dog, but I can't just bring my cats? Imagine that. Imagine if, like, especially because your dog's not potty trained at this point, so you can't be like, well, cats need litter boxes. Your dog can't control its bowel movements. At least my cats can. They just need a litter box or something. But if you can just randomly bring your dog when we want to hang out, why can't I just randomly bring my cats over to your place? You know? It's infuriating. Exactly, Edgar. Thank you. Steffi's the one like, you can bring your cats, bring your goldfish, your bearded dragon. Let's all just hang out. Luke like, oh yeah, Nikki, remind me to never invite them over now. No more dogs in here. For us, it was that, like, this didn't happen at my place, but there was a place where I went over to like somebody's house and there was a new dog there, and the dog, sweet as can be. Oh my gosh, so sweet. Had explosive diarrhea. And this dog had long hair. And the long hair got like in its paws and stuff. And to the owner's credit, took the dog into the bathroom, rinsed it off, cleaned it up, spent like an hour in that bathroom with that dog cleaning it up after this. And I was like, they handled that as well as they possibly could have. They were responsible. They were on it. They cleaned it up. Didn't ask the owner of the place we were at to do anything. They're like, I got it. I'm so sorry. We're going to clean up the dog and get it taken care of. They did it amazingly well. Mature, sophisticated, everything. Like, couldn't ask for a better response to that. However, I would say that probably shouldn't have happened in the first place. probably shouldn't have happened in the first place. Probably shouldn't have brought the dog. You know, that's my view. Probably should have just avoided the whole thing, because then we don't get to hang out with that person for the hour that they're cleaning up the dog, and the whole time they're there, they're constantly keeping an eye on the dog because they're nervous that it's going to crap itself everywhere and chew on the furniture. And I'm like, it's the same thing. Like if somebody invites me and Nikki out, I assume if you invite me and Nikki out, you're inviting us out. If you want Lockie to come, say so. Otherwise, I'll assume that your expectation is that it's going to be us and we need to find a babysitter. We'll get grandma to come over. You know, if I just show up and you're like, hey, we're going to go bar hopping. And then I show up with my 18-month-old. And the whole time I'm like, we can't go to that bar because it's too loud. Or we need to go to a place that has good chicken nuggets and French fries for Lockie. You'd be like, I'm glad he's here. I love Lockie. But like, that wasn't... Like, you're kind of throwing us off of what we wanted to do, you know? And I can understand that as the father of the little one. I'm like, yes, he would change what that night looks like. So I can respect it. But for some reason with dogs, people are like, oh, it's whatever. It's whatever. Welcome the dog. You know? Yeah, you got to make sure there's Fig Newtons. For Lockie, that's the main thing. If you can make sure there's Fig Newtons, we're happy. He's all in. Okay. What is this thing? They're saying Call of Duty might have fixed a cheating problem. What is this? Proto, please. Wait. Dogs cannot do MRI, but cat scans. Luke, please read my joke. Please. I'm so proud of it. Please. Oh my God. I'll give you that. It was funny.
If you've played any FPS multiplayer game, especially on PC, you've probably at some point played with or against a cheater, whether that's someone blatantly 360 no-scoping everyone with maximum damage, or a wall hacker doing a bad job of hiding their unfair advantage. We've all talked about it many times before, but it's not often that game developers share about what they're doing to stop cheaters. Typically, that's because they don't want to lay out all of their security measures, because that makes it easier to undo them. But what I wanted to share with you today was a really surprising and interesting post that Call of Duty made in regard to cheating in Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2, complete with a level of transparency that we don't usually get to see. And in it, they demonstrated ways in which cheaters are being hindered, trolled and embarrassed, but more intriguingly addressed something that I've not seen many, if any, other game developers talk about: external devices which you can use on console to cheat. So let's dive into all of that now. If you enjoyed the video, drop a like and a comment below. Thank you. The next few clips that I'm about to show you represent mitigations that are currently active in both Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2. And these are used to negatively impact the experience of cheaters, while also giving the developer teams the opportunity to collect valuable data from these bad actors, ultimately providing the anti-cheat teams with valuable...
Dude, I miss good Warzone. Oh man, I used to play it so much. I'm so bummed that it sucks so much now.
...information to help combat their behavior in the future. The first mitigation is called cloaking, the process of hiding legitimate players from cheating players. In the clip, we can see that once the cheater is detected, the anti-cheat can actively hide other players from them. Of course, the legitimate player can still see the cheater and take them out with ease. The next
so I've seen some conflicted things on this from different people. Some people are like, why don't you just ban them? Like, why don't you just ban the cheater outright? Like, day one, boom, gone. And I think it's actually kind of nuanced. For one, imagine if there's Twitch streamers who are using these hackers, or these hacks. the moment that this happens on stream, they'll start freaking out. Oh my God, I got a glitch where people don't show up the moment I shoot them. And they're going to be humiliated because it's like, yeah, dude, you just outed yourself as a cheater. Boom. So there's that benefit right there. The second thing that they're saying is that it also trolls the cheaters a little bit. Some of them will be like, what was that a glitch? What? That was a weird bug. And they're going to keep running through the levels and be really, really confused. And they're just going to get frustrated. And to a certain extent, that is the goal of something like Ricochet and these anti-cheats, is to not just like kick somebody out when they're cheating or ban them, because you can always just make a new account or get around the hardware bans pretty easily. But the goal is to make the game like so unfun for cheaters that they just give up on it. You know, they just move on. They're like, oh my God, this is so tedious. I'm not having fun anymore. I'm just going to move on. And that's, in many ways, I think the better long-term solution, because the cheaters are going to work around it if it's still fun to cheat and like screw over Tim the Tap Man on stream and stream snipe like that. It's going to be fun to do that regardless. But if you can make the game so unfun that it's not worth it to bother with all of that, then we're good.
Mitigation is the disarm. This one is hilarious, and I imagine that it would be incredibly annoying if you were caught cheating and this happened to you in a game. The game literally disarms the cheater, taking their guns away and allowing other players to shoot them without any chance of being shot themselves. You'd definitely be mad about that one for sure. And then there's the damage shield. I'm pretty sure that this one was in Warzone 1, but it essentially makes a cheater's bullets do little to no damage on other players. So they might be going on their 30 kill streak thinking that they're going to wipe the lobby and win the match, when all of a sudden they're shooting at someone and their bullets turn into useless Nerf darts doing barely any damage, not even making a scratch. There are other secret methods too that they don't talk about. They keep them on the down low, but it's easy to come up with evil ways that you could ruin a cheater's match whilst collecting information on their cheats and then banning them. So what about these dubious third-party devices that I mentioned earlier? Well,
oh yeah, these like Cronus devices. This looks like it's just a USB. Like it's just a USB hub, but yeah, Cronus devices are the tricky one because they're not actually causing wall hacks and stuff. It's just something you can activate like in real time to eliminate recoil or something like that, because it basically pairs with the controller output, your movements, but it pairs that with the corrective output to make the recoil disappear for a given gun.
These are things like the Zim or Cronus. Think of them as a device, a small box in between your console or PC and the controller that can be used to enable stuff like mouse and keyboard on console games that don't natively support that, and can also be used to run no recoil commands on the controller and enhance aim assist, which is obviously cheating and breaking the parameters of the game. As I mentioned, developers haven't typically talked about these before, but I feel that as their popularity grows and more people talk about them, more people use them, game devs have realized how devastating these can be in regards to fair play in competitive multiplayer games.
The other thing is, and this is perhaps the fault of people who make videos on this type of thing, the perception is that all of the best controller players in the world, or not all of them, a lot of the best controller players in the world are using these cheats. And once the perception is there, what are all of these up-and-coming gamers that are trying to become the next phase swag, what are they all going to start doing? They're going to start trying to use the Cronus because they're like, well, I'm pretty sure Swag uses it, and I'm pretty sure Z-Laner uses it, so I'm just going to use it. The nice thing about mouse and keyboard is usually it's pretty easy to tell if a mouse and keyboard player is cheating. Just the way that the game controls differently, it's pretty easy to tell when things are snapping. But on controller, the aim assist being there by default usually covers it up a little bit, so it's a little better. But yeah, I mean, again, once the perception is there that cheaters are using Cronuses, or if you want to be successful in the game, you have to use something like a Cronus, a lot of people are going to start doing it. Yeah, FaZe Swag. Now it's a meme. They joke about it. They joke about FaZe Swag using like the Cronus and everything because they announced that they could now detect the Cronus stuff, or they are starting to be able to detect Cronus inputs. And even like I think the FaZe official Twitter account was like, watch out, swag. Like they were even poking fun at him for it. And I don't know if that's like some reverse psychology, like, yeah, we're owning it, or if he actually does use it. I don't know. I won't pretend to know. I will say, like, if you played Warzone as much as he does, you would hope that you have a pretty good handle on recoil. You better. So
Rainbow Six.
On the other hand, somebody like Aiden is outrageous. I think you watch his movement and it's pretty clear he's just like a crazy good player.
Siege in particular on console has suffered heavily from these types of devices, and from what Call of Duty said, it would appear that some people are using them in this game too. But here's what they put forward. We've developed and tested a detection for third-party hardware devices that alter the Call of Duty gameplay experience. These devices act as a pass-through for controllers on PC and console, and when used improperly or maliciously, can provide a player with the ability to gain an unfair gameplay advantage, such as reducing or eliminating recoil. Testing is complete, and this detection is deployed globally on all platforms. Users across PC or console who are detected to be using third-party hardware devices to impact the Modern Warfare 2 or Warzone 2 gameplay experience will first see a warning about the improper use of these devices. Continued improper use of these devices may
So they're going to warn them about it.
Additional warnings, the development of mitigations, account or feature suspensions, or the banning of the offending account across Call of Duty titles per our security and enforcement policy. We will continue to monitor this new detection's effectiveness and update our system against further circumvention over time. We know that players have been asking us to examine the improper use of these devices, and we're happy to lay the foundation for this detection to protect against unfair play across PC and console. So obviously, Call of Duty have figured out a way to detect these pieces of hardware, which is great, and hopefully this puts a big dent in the amount of people using them. I've already seen on social media screenshots from cheating forums where people are complaining that they get...
Oh, so it is working. Crimson, look, I wanted to inform you that while my Resident Evil love will not be useful for the foreseeable future, my Armored Core love will. Armored Core 6 hype train. Yeah, I know nothing about Armored Core, so I will be relying on you once again to explain things to me like I am a 5-year-old. Proto, there was a video by a channel called TUV on various interesting anti-cheat strategies incorporated in games by devs. It's called a good video called Disturbing World of Anti-Piracy. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. It's very difficult. I'm not like doubting how difficult it is to like detect and punish hackers. But again, it's literally their job. And if you do a bad job of it, you shouldn't be surprised when players leave, which is kind of the story of Warzone. Just do what Epic and EA do and give them temporary bans instead of a warning. They know what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, the fear is that like you do the temporary ban and then people just make a new account. Whereas at least if you give them a warning, you freak them out that, hey, we know what you're doing. Stop it. And maybe they'll stop it. Whereas if you went and just banned them or temporary banned them or something, it could just be something where they just make a new account.
Getting this message, their accounts have been banned and they can't use those devices anymore. And it's interesting that the devs are stating now that your account could be banned across all Call of Duty titles, which seems like a harder stance than they have taken in the past.
I don't know why that wasn't the stance originally. If you're a hacker, why should you be allowed to play Black Ops 2 but not Warzone 2? Like, how does that make any sense? I think you cheat in the Call of Duty ecosystem, you're gone. Honestly, if I were them, I would make it so like, okay, you cheat in any Activision Blizzard game that's an online multiplayer game, then you're done on all of it. Make it super hardcore.
I'd also argue that perhaps an instant temporary ban rather than a warning on first-time detection if you're found to be using these devices for gameplay advantages sends a much stronger message to stop or risk losing your account completely.
I just think a lot of these guys are using Smurf accounts to begin with. Maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding, like I remember watching all those videos of Tim and Nick when they would find cheaters. in games while playing, and they would start to spectate them, and they would ask them questions and talk to them afterwards. And most of those cheaters said, oh no, this isn't like my main account. I don't use hacks on that. This is just a smurf. If they delete it today, I will not be one bit sad. I do not care. Because somehow a lot of these cheaters also have a means of like unlocking skins and weapons and stuff that they wouldn't normally have. I don't understand how it works, how they do that, but I don't think that, I think if you ban them and you just do a temporary ban or a permanent ban the first time you detect it, they're just gonna be like, okay, we'll make a new one. IP bans, you could do that. That helps a little. Apparently hardware bans was gonna be the next thing, but now there's ways to fix that. I think what they should do, I don't know if this is like a thing, but hopefully it is. Speaking of NFTs, what if you went for like each individual major graphics card manufacturer, or you just go to AMD and NVIDIA and you just set it up so each individual card is provided a non-fungible token for that piece of hardware that is registered on a blockchain that can be independently verified. So you can't just spam it and make up a new one or trick it into a new one. Like, it's verifiable that it's tied to this person, this user, blah, blah, blah. And once that's banned, that is banned. Like, my understanding is hardware bans use like hardware IDs tied up in the firmware of the graphics cards and the CPUs and stuff used on the hacker's device. But there's some way that they can like cheese it. They can trick it into thinking something else is going on. It's a different device or something. That's called an IP ban. But that would just be a ban of your IP address. I thought the ban specifically, because you can get around IP bans pretty easily, I think. My understanding was it was specifically an identifier on the like graphics devices that was being identified and then locked. People will sell them and scam people out of their money. There are hardware bans, machine bans, IP bans. They're all different though. Yeah, that's my understanding. It's very tricky, but I mean, it seems like the broader approach is to just make cheating so inconvenient and so tedious that people just say, screw it, I'm going to go cheat in PUBG. I'm going to go try to hack into this new game, XDefiant. Like, just go somewhere else. It doesn't matter what you use, the ban your IP, and it doesn't matter what you do. Even VPNs won't work. I mean, I guess they could identify when you're using a VPN, but I know for a fact, because I saw the video where they were testing it when they caught Nadia in a Brazilian server for no reason. I know for a fact that like a lot of big streamers today are using VPNs. So I don't think that's true. VPNs do seem to work. Maybe they have a brand new one that just released, but my understanding is that like VPNs as of like a couple of weeks ago are still working. That XDefiant game kind of looked cool, not gonna lie, reminds me of old school COD. It looked tight. It looked pretty good. I'm gonna be real. I was ready to tease it, but it didn't look bad.
Like the fact that they said that they will update their systems against further circumvention over time, because of course, just like anything, these devices can be updated.
Yeah, can you imagine if they were like, we will not be updating our systems. We have this tech to fight cheaters. We will not be updating it as we move forward.
Via firmware, but I suppose if they get the most popular ones in-house and they keep up with the updates, they can consistently keep updating their detection and banning them. Moving on, the post talked about something else brand new for anti-cheat detection that I would love to see given to the players, but I think it's unlikely, and this is the replay investigation tool. We've deployed a new replay system tool to help protect the integrity of Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer and Warzone 2. Using captured and stored match gameplay data, our teams can load up and watch any completed match as part of our investigation process.
That's
Replay
cool.
will be used as one of many tools by the Ricochet anti-cheat team and our studio partners to identify cheating.
I hope they make this available to everybody, because my understanding is this is like, wasn't this a thing for like old school shooters and old school like old school like competitive games where it would basically output, it's used for speedruns a lot, where it like outputs the movements and inputs of the game, and so then you can replay the whole the whole thing. I think it was used for Steam or Doom, like original Doom speedruns, where you could export all of the inputs and all of the data from that session of the game and basically replay it in real time. And if that, it sounds like that's what this is. And if they made this public, imagine what content creators could do with that. Old School COD used to have it. It was called theater mode. Yeah, see, that would be awesome. If that's what this is and they made it available to everybody. Dude, the videos you can make with it would be amazing. You could have it. So I was playing a game of Warzone 2 today, and I encountered who I thought was a cheater. We finished out the match, and then I went back. And I want to show you the story of this guy. And then you go back and you can follow that guy from the beginning of the match, replaying in real time every movement he made, the whole game. And not only would it make it way easier to detect cheaters, like they're saying here, but it could also be used to just create really interesting content without cheaters. Where, yeah, me and my 4 teammates, we started the game, and now you can record it all together and bounce between different perspectives. It's going to be pretty cool.
Behavior in all multiplayer modes, including rank play.
Luke, did you know Star Wars Battlefront 2 had a really bad cheating problem where nobody could die in the game? Cheaters going Rambo for months. Dude, that's crazy. Even with, like when I went back and I tried Battlefront 2 maybe a month or two ago, I had a decent time with it, but it felt unbalanced because so many people had all of their star cards and everything, and they matchmake you casually with all those people. So noobs going into Battlefront 2, it's really, really hard to get anything going, just being real in those public lobbies. But that's pretty cool. Luke, if you want to be prepared for Armored Core 6, I recommend Daemon X Machina. It's a similar game made by developers of No More Heroes. Nowhere near as good as FromSoft's masterpiece, though. Interesting. Daemon X Machina. Okay.
With respect to rank play in both Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2, Team Ricochet will automatically capture and store all match data for the highest tiers of competition for potential investigation use. We're also capturing match data from suspicious accounts across all multiplayer modes for easy replay access.
All multiplayer modes. So if somebody's just cheating in regular multiplayer and grinding skins or something, they'll be detecting that, and then they can compare your gameplay in Warzone if you're turning it off for Warzone or something when you stream. Because this is something people have brought up. They were like, maybe people are only like cheating in the multiplayer mode in order to grind skins and like XP and stuff. And then once they go into Warzone, they turn all of that off because they're going to stream in Warzone, but they're not going to stream themselves playing multiplayer and using hacks there. So this would be something where you'd be able to catch those people and be like, listen, when you play Warzone, you play like a dummy. When you play in multiplayer, you play like a god. It's very strange.
Though it's a new tool, Replay has already helped with investigations into suspicious accounts, resulting in permanent bans, and banned players will be removed from all leaderboards. So that's pretty awesome, and it basically means that the developers can internally save match data and play it back. It's just a shame that us, the players, don't have access to that too, as it enables many great features such as watching your own games back, maybe detecting players that you were suspicious of cheating and then reporting them, or just making cool clips like we used to do. So maybe someday we'll have that back again.
I hope they bring it back. Maybe right now they're just worried that then hackers would find some way to use it. But I don't see any problem. If they're worried about like server space and infrastructure space, just store it locally. And then at the end of every match, give players the option to export it. Why not? And then you can load it back in. Like, I don't see why that's an issue.
And finally, in regards to ranked play, with ranked on the horizon for Warzone 2 in Season 3, you would hope that the developers are locking the game down and attempting to ensure that it will be as fair as possible. In relation to that though, they've opened up pretty strong, stating that banned accounts will have their records purged from the ranked play top 250 and other competitive leaderboards, and on top of this, adjusting the skill rating for players that have frequently played with and benefited from banned cheating accounts, even if they themselves have not used cheats.
That's cool. Okay.
This is an interesting and important one because there are cheaters that offer boosting services in ranked games. It happens a lot in Counter-Strike. If you want to get Global Elite, you can pay a cheater to carry you there. Even in Warzone 2, there are services that take money from people with the promise of winning 5 games in a row and then unlocking the coveted nuke skin after completing a nuke contract. So it looks like rank points will be retroactively changed if players were involved with cheating, which I see as another win. Ultimately, this is all good news for the health of...
Dude, imagine paying a cheater to like help you get a skin or to carry you through a nuke contract. Like, how... Oh man, some people go so hard in these games, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like, chill out. Chill out, dude.
The game. Are they ever going to completely eliminate cheating? No, of course not, but this at least shows a bigger commitment to attacking it in many different ways, including detecting external devices, which is rare to see. I know that Activision have recently sued some of the biggest cheat developers too, which I think will definitely make an impact in the long run. And that's all for today, folks. Do let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Thank you for watching.
I don't know, man. It's hopefully they figure it out, but they've been trying to do this for years, and Ricochet seems to have been slow moving. For those of you out there who still play, if you play COD, anybody, anybody, have you noticed improvements in cheaters? Because I'll be real, I bounced back in. I tried it maybe 2 months ago, I think. And it was like, it was not any better than it was when I stopped playing. I don't know. It really was not as good as I was thinking. Are those skins really hard to get? The nuke contracts are tough to pull off. They're very tough is what I understand. I haven't done it, but I also haven't really been playing the game. So, but I don't know. I do think that they're not doing what they need to do. I tried it. It's just too sweaty. I don't want to try my life after playing a game. Yeah, it's just... I think part of the reason old school Warzone, like Warzone 1 and Verdansk, felt so fun is because it was new. And you go back and you watch those, like... I wonder if I can find it. Like, you go back and you watch these old videos. Oh no, I don't. Is that Courage? No, okay. Like, you look back at these old videos. This is like 3 years ago. Tim the Tap Man.
Shop is the same. There's 2 new ways to play: Battle Royale and Plunder. I don't know what Plunder is, so please.
I used to watch a lot of Tim's stuff, like maybe a year and a half ago. I would watch a ton of his stuff. Kind of fell off when I stopped playing Warzone. One thing that's always bugged me is his super aggressive noise gate on his microphone.
Don't scream at me. Cross-play and everything. Everyone, that's a big round of applause in my opinion, because when I was younger, if I had an Xbox.
So, to be clear, this is his first time playing Warzone.
Battle Pass.
And then they're gonna play it and watch like how he plays and how he moves.
You see it? It's like hovering over it.
Oh, that's so
Farmland,
sick.
lumber. Hey, where do you want to go? Let's
Dude.
go hospital. Let's go park.
Old school Warzone was
Where do you
amazing.
want to go? Actually,
Military base, bro.
Okay.
Come on.
I know we all complained about it at the time, but we didn't know what we had. But like, watch his movement.
This is bad loot. Yikes.
There's like no slide canceling. There's no bouncing around. They're just running straight. Granted, I don't think he ever was that good at Warzone or at Call of Duty before this.
I'm sure it's a vehicle.
But
This is like, oh my gosh, dude. I'm like a cat. I got like 9 lives. You can't kill me. We'll find out right now. Imagine I hit that.
like, he's jumping, but
You want to get this building?
the movement's not that sweaty. It's not that wild.
Through the window.
We're in the safe zone. Get ready. Talk about the loudest entry ever.
They're just kind of doing their thing. Like,
dude, we can win this game, Tim.
I'm looking for the
In here.
Where?
Down low on me.
then you watch like the movement just in general. It's not where it is now, and I think that's why it was so much fun, because it was just kind of chill. And now you watch these guys play, and it's just like, I can't even tell what's going on half the time. It's just chaotic. I don't know. I'm playing a lot of Battlefield 2042 since it's free. It's super chill. I don't feel like I'm going MLG all the time. I mean, I understand what people mean when they say, like, I don't want to feel like I have to, like, take my G Fuel, snort it up my butt, and then get ready to go to the moon and back every time I play a game of Warzone. I just want to hop in and play and have a good time. And I get that sentiment. I can understand it. Because it does start to feel like when you play now, like if you're relaxing and you're just kind of having a good time one time, like you're screwed. I do remember this snipe. This snipe was badass. Watch this. Watch what Timmy does here. This was actually pretty good.
Just stay right with each other, bro.
I'm getting on this rock.
Watch this. He's going to see a glint. Look for a glint. This is why Twitch compression is so terrible. Look at the detail here. We're at full HD. This is like a straight rip from the stream. And look how blurry it is. The bitrate on Twitch is painful.
Oh, my heart is racing.
Dude, I know.
Remember, he could be like laying down in bushes.
I know. I think I just saw a scope.
That was a good spot. I think it's compressed so we can't see it, but like,
I think I just saw a scope.
That's where he is. I think you can see the little bit of white, sort of, but it's tough to see, man, through the compression at least. But that's crazy. That was a good one. And I want to go back to this feeling, but I don't think there's any way to do it because now everybody is so familiar with Warzone. Everybody's so familiar with this style of first person battle royale that I just don't think you could have this same kind of like so excited to just discover what the game could do. You hear them talking, they're like giggling at the thought, dude, he could be in the bushes, he could be off in the distance. Oh, like they're having a great time just playing because it's all fresh. And nowadays, I just don't think you're going to get that in a Warzone 2, a Warzone 3, and a Fortnite 4. Like, you're just not. You're just not. Surprisingly, for me, I only get that vibe from PUBG still. It's calmer, it's slower. It is calmer, it's slower. I've just never been able to deal with the clunk. The like... It's just got a very particular stank to it. Yeah, very janky. Yeah. See ya, Ruben. It looks like a bush to me. I think what it is there was a little glint, a little white glint, but the compression from the stream covers it up. Because it's like right up there. Oh, I think I did see it. Look at this, right here, where my mouse is. See that? That's what he saw. And without the compression, I think that would be way more clear. It's just the compression makes it so tough to see. But yeah, he goes. He's like, oh crap, I just saw him. But then he pre-aims it. It's right there. And then the glint pops again. There's the white. And then pop. Man. Oh. Oh. Me riding away and escape from Tarkov. Same thing. Like Tarkov, I think could be fun. I think I could have fun with Tarkov. But I've been having fun with Apex. You guys know we were playing that the other night, like last week on Twitch. We had a good time with that. Good fun. I always struggle spotting things far away in games like these. Yeah, you do start to just get a feel for it. Part of it is that like you really get in tune with the game and like the art style and things. So you do start to be able to spot stuff like that way easier. I think I would be able to spot that, but then panic. That's the key, yeah. That's the key right there. I used to love Apex, but it got boring after a while. For me, there's this weird micro stutter thing that happens in it for me, like every 4th match. It's really weird. I've been told it's a server issue, but it's just like randomly, it'll start to like clip around and stuff. It's really, really odd. It's really weird, but it happens like every 4th game, just enough to be annoying. And they got rid of arenas. I played so much arenas and then they got rid of it. They'll probably bring it back, but they swapped it out for like these rotating modes. I'm not about it. I get it. I don't think there were that many people playing arenas, but still. So Confrontation PS3 was the last time I really enjoyed online PvP shooter. I liked Overwatch when it first came out too. Yeah, we did have a lot of fun with Overwatch 2. Nikki and I have played that a lot. Taking a little break from it right now. Little break. Battle Royale games definitely put me off, and I can invest in platforms and story games. In general, I'm more of a story game guy as well. But Warzone got me into multiplayer games. Like, I spent a lot of time in Warzone. Played a lot of it. Oh, sorry, Imperium. Yeah, if you missed it earlier, we mentioned it. I did a little announcement, but I guess I can announce it for you guys too. So starting either next week or the week after, we're still nailing down time frames, but starting soon, we will be launching the Free Roam podcast. Me and the one and only Joraptor. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. We're both very, very pumped. For me, we were like, what art should we use? And I was like, I love The Witcher 3. He loves Horizon. So we were like, okay, let's blend the two of them together. And it'll be a podcast about, well, not just gaming, but also focused a lot on open world gaming. Don't expect us to go too much into like the latest Call of Duty news, but a lot of that stuff. It's going to be high effort. We're not just going to be two rambling people for an hour and then we call it a podcast. We're actually putting some effort in. It's going to be good. It's going to be really, really good. I'm very excited. Yeah, and it'll be available. We'll stream it here. The VOD will go up here as well. Some clips will go up here. Some clips will go up on Joraptor's channels. Just depends. And we will also be syndicating across Spotify podcasts. We'll also be on Apple Podcasts and SoundCloud, so you can download the MP3 if you want. All that good stuff. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good fun. Jonathan, what's your main game at the moment? I mean, mainly I'm just getting ready for the onslaught of releases that are coming. So I've been playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I've been playing some Zelda. Been playing a lot of Apex. So I'm kind of all over the place. All over the place. Oh, Rita just joined a couple of minutes ago, and I can't wait for the podcast. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. I've wanted to do a podcast with a co-host forever, and now we actually are going to get to do it. It's going to be good fun. You should check out Boundary. Yeah, we were talking about Boundary earlier. I don't think we ever got the chance to look at it. Boundary. Oh yeah, is this that space one? The 0G space thing? Is it good? I remember seeing the trailers for this and thinking it looked pretty good.
Boundary is the new zero-gravity FPS game from Studio Surgical Scalpels and their publisher Huya. The game will be hitting the store soon on PC and PlayStation. And if you've ever wondered what the fight on an international space station would look like, your question may be answered. But unique gunplay mechanics, awesome abilities, and comprehensive gun and character customization, it's definitely a game to keep your eye on. Boundary is a pure multiplayer game with 4 main game modes. In this section, I'll briefly explain each one and show some extended gameplay. Facility Capture. Facility Capture is your tried and true domination mode. You and your team try to capture and hold specific sites in the map, and the team that scores the most points at the end of the round wins the game. Team Deathmatch. Team Deathmatch is the familiar mode that we all know and love. You and your team's objective is to collect more heads than the other team, and the team that collects the most heads win. And you know the catch, it's in space. Skirmish. Skirmish is a great mode to test out different classes and guns. In each round, everyone from both yours and the opposition's team spawns with the same class. Each class is randomized for each round, so everyone is on the same playing field. A team that wins the most rounds through elimination wins the match.
Yeah, the fonts, the UI, everything is super Call of Duty. You're right.
Orbital Purge. This is Boundaries competitive mode. With a search and destroy mechanic, you only get to live once per round, while trying to eliminate the other team or securing your objective. This is where team composition, teamwork, and loadouts excel, as players have to use their kit efficiently and effectively to win these rounds. At launch, Boundary aims to release 8 maps with these 4 game modes. With each map varying in size, dynamics, and theme, there's plenty of variety for players to keep on playing the game.
On a separate note, bullet drop-off won't be an issue.
And now for the star of the show, Boundary's zero gravity mechanic. This unique movement mechanic allows players to control their character's vertical and horizontal positioning through dedicated buttons and keys. And of course, there's also the dedicated roll button. This allows you to rotate the center of gravity, creating for some pretty awesome scenes. Boundary really is an FPS experience unlike any other. You actually feel that you're fighting in space.
Motion sickness simulator.
Well, it does take some time and a little bit of motion sickness to get used to. The verticality and movement mechanics of the game add an extra layer that's rarely found in other FPS titles. The guns in this game are specifically attached to your respective class.
IGN, get people that can aim. Is this IGN? It is.
To the old trusty AK assault rifle. While you can always switch out your guns from fallen enemies and allies, the gun that you spawn with will always be from your respective loadout. While that might be the case, there's a decent amount of customization available for each gun. From customizing fire types, trigger groups, and many more, you can find yourself in the testing range for a while, min-maxing your gun to fit your preference. The customization does not end there. Your trusty spacesuit can also be customized. Your left and right pylons in your suit hold your utilities such as grenades, EMPs, and even an extra machine gun as seen on the shielder operator. The movement attachments such as space dashes, brakes, and grappling hooks, the movement, combined with the game's zero-gravity mechanic, makes fights infinitely more interesting. And of course, it wouldn't be an FPS game without skins.
Wouldn't firing the gun also send you flying backwards too? Like the moment you open up fire, it would just be brrr, and then you just go upside down and start spinning. Wouldn't it? Or am I crazy? The gun shooting would push player backwards space 0-10 and not realistic. Oh, Talos, I should have just read your message. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But then again, if they had it realistic like that, I think it would be even more disorienting. Like, can you imagine if you just immediately open fire and you just go flying into deep space? Yeah, it would get a little problematic. I guess they could justify it. They could like explain it away by saying, "Oh no, your suit. Every time you fire, it sends a signal to the suit, and the suit compensates with thrusters." I guess you could say that. That's their get out of jail free
gun
card.
And character cosmetics are here with some pretty interesting choices from the developers.
A unicorn horn. A unihorn.
Let's talk about the characters in Boundary. The game has a total of 6 classes. These classes or operators offer unique playstyles that fit you and your team the most. I'll focus on the 2 of my favorite operators in this video, but there are 4 other awesome operators that players can try out at launch. Vodka. Sergei Vodka falls under the combat category of operators. This uniquely named operator is your tried and true FPS veteran. His accelerator skill pumps himself full of
Naming a Russian guy Vodka seems weird, doesn't it? I don't know. Seems odd. It's like calling a British person, like a British character, Teabag. Like an Indian person, like, I don't know, where's Chai from? Is Chai India? Calling somebody from India, oh, this is Chai. Then America is just Coca-Cola. Like we just go through Like everybody's named after drinks.
Go-Go Juice that increases damage resistance and improves recoil for a short time. He's definitely a great character to start off with
Or no, is Chai Nepal? I don't know.
if you've had previous FPS experience. While his kit may be straightforward, everyone loves a little bit of
Yeah, the baguette. Yeah, France. The French operator is just red wine.
vodka. Shielder. Isle Shielder falls under the support category of operators, but don't let the name fool you. Her ballistic shield, paired with her heavy artillery of machine guns and auto launchers, make her a walking, well, floating fortress in space. However, with a lack of mobility modules at her disposal, she can sometimes be outmaneuvered by other operators. With her, it's not as simple as pointing and clicking. Knowing when and when not to use her abilities can truly be the shifting tide in the battlefield. Overall, Bounder really is a unique experience. If you love the idea of freely moving around in space while getting those dopamine-inducing frags, well, this game might be for you. With tons of custom options for both characters and guns, there's plenty of freedom to make your astronaut uniquely yours. The real star is the setting of the game. With beautiful maps paired with destructible environments, it's very easy to put yourself in the shoes, or rather, boots of the astronaut placed in a war zone in space. With plenty of playstyles available for every player, there's definitely a role suited just for you. This game is what people think Space Force would be like. If you've ever had a passing interest in even the concept of a space FPS, Boundary is definitely one to check out. And for everyone asking, wait, it's all in space? To that I say,
always has been.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, dude, this video went up 2.5 years ago? What? It's been in development that long? What? Boundary. It's Unreal Engine 4. This is it now. Skystone Games. Okay. Mostly positive. I don't know. Maybe we try that. I don't know. Unreal Engine 4. I did like how the mag just floats away. Is it just gonna... It's gotta be silent though, right? The soundtrack's gotta do a lot of heavy lifting. Just... you know? Development hell, I guess? Yeah, and now it's launching in early access too. It's not even fully out. Let's see. Oh, most people's complaints are with the servers. Select only US servers, get one shot over and over and over again by Chinese players with 300 millisecond ping. It's worthless, refunded. Potential is there, but between its Chinese anti-cheat that requests ring 0 access and the rubber banding players pass. Fun game, unfortunately no region lock, so spend most of the time with other players on my server over 300 millisecond pings. Also add to dev replied with the below. Hey there, thanks for the review. You can select which servers you want to match to by going to the bottom of the screen once in game mode. Deselect the servers you wish to avoid matching with, and they should solve the issues. They have failed to understand. What they failed to understand is that people from outside my selected region can leave my region checked so someone in China can connect to EU servers. So no Velpukula? I don't know what that means. That does not... Oh, that's the developer. But isn't that true of like all games? Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure like you can select your servers. Even in like Apex, I think you can go in and force select which server you want to use. right? Oh, maybe I'm full of it. This is apparently what it looks like. Doesn't look bad. Oh, there goes that game. It's just these types of multiplayer games, you have to have like literally everything go right. And if anything goes wrong, you're done. Because people will be like, okay, so that game's not worth it. It's buggy. It's whatever. They uninstall it. They never touch it again. So you've got to have everything line up perfectly. Otherwise it just dies. So I don't know. Anyway, we've been going for, oh geez, almost like what, 5 hours? Oh Jesus. Time flies when you're having fun though, I guess. Thank you everybody for chilling. Thanks to all the new members, all the donos, the super chats. You guys are amazing. That's tremendous. I love you. Go check out the new video on Immortals of Aveum. Pretty cool. Go check that out. Much love. Thanks for hanging with me. I'll be back on Monday. That'll be a good time. And then the rest of the streams for next week are going to be tricky because I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to try to do like something from my phone or something when I'm in Texas. But we'll see. I'm going to be experimenting. It won't be like the regular scheduled times. So make sure to ring that bell to get notified when we do go live. Jonathan, by the way, thank you for the 2 months. Keep up the grind. We all appreciate you and the content you make. Thank you, my friend. And I appreciate you for watching because that's the only reason this works. Let's be real. But thank you everybody for hanging. I'll be back Monday. Join our Discord if you want to hang out and chat, play games this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Much love. Stay safe out there. Hugs and kisses. Go watch the new video. Bye-bye.